Step into the world of the unexplained with Paranormal M. Don't forget to hit subscribe and ring the bell for haunting stories that will leave you in awe. The mystery starts here. Strange personal premonitions. I've been looking for years for a forum to summarize my paranormal experiences. Some of these could be entirely coincidental, but a couple of them are just too bizarre to be true. Let me first start by saying that I don't believe that I have a quote-unquote gift, nor do I believe that my experiences are extremely unique. I think that many people have premonitions that cannot be ignored but often are, because of our lack of understanding, much out of an sort of inner working. Those thoughts and the capacity of our memories and brain function still need to be researched and explored. And people are doing it every day. We know that our brain captures billions of different images throughout our lifetime. And much of what we dream up often comes to us subtly through other means that we may not even remember. Hence the use of subliminal messages in television commercials and in magazine ads. That being said, I take all of the experiences posted in this community seriously, and am of the opinion that the vast majority of readers here have lived through their own, oddities. My first memorable or weird experience occurred when I was in high school. It was a dream. No doubt that it was a dream. I'd been standing with my two classmates, both girls, chatting about nothing. We were outside and not far from our school. It was very realistic and nothing unusual was occurring. Another one of our classmates, Pat G., walked up to the three of us and said, "Hey guys, you want to hear a joke?" He started telling it before we could even respond, and I started walking away saying, "Oh, I've heard this one before." That was the end of the dream. Nothing weird at all, nothing until I woke up. I had fallen asleep on the living room couch, which I often did. I woke up and my parents were right in the living room reading the Sunday morning paper. I picked up the sports section, which I always did, and ran through the box scores. I then grabbed the Sunday comics, which I also always did, and started reading. I'll never forget the Peanuts comic, which was the first one on the front page. It was literally the same joke I just dreamt of. I immediately asked my mom, excitedly, as if she were reading these out loud or if my sister had been downstairs reading the comics and she hadn't. Told her that I just dreamt about this same exact joke. She had no idea what to say, and neither did I. I just found it to be incredibly coincidental. The next very strange experience that I had may truly also be a coincidence, but it's odd nonetheless. I know that a lot of people have experienced something similar, and still, I need to post it, and this occurred only a few years ago. I was sitting at a Delaware beach with my sisters, their family, my mother, and my kids. We're all educators. My older sister was reading a book on education. The gist of it was rules that we learned that meant nothing. I'll never forget the hallway monitors in elementary school demanding absolute 100% silence from us in order to proceed from the hallway to the lunchroom just to eat. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Anyway, I proceeded to tell her about a 5th grade teacher in the same school who used to demand that everybody walking down her hallway walk, quote-unquote, to the right. I can still hear her screeching voice echo through the halls. I can also remember the sense of fear that I, for one, had throughout all those years in elementary school. Fear that somehow I would fall out of line and end up in the dark stage, sitting in silence with my back to the cafeteria after school. Lonely and afraid that the bad kid bus would drop me off at the wrong stop for my home. So I proceeded to tell my sister about these rules and this particular teacher, whom I did not have as one of my own teachers. My sister had known a lot of the teachers in the district, but didn't know who she was. Sorry, a weird bug just flew across my room and landed on my microphone, and I'm sorry, bug, but get off, please. I wonder if you could hear that. So, when she inquired, I simply stated, "Oh boy, she has to be dead by now. She's probably in her 60s back then, nearly 35 years ago." That was the end of the discussion, until around 2 or 3 weeks later when my sister called me and asked if I'd remembered telling her that story. Of course I had. She said, "Do you remember saying that she has to be dead by now?" I again said, "Yeah, of course." She continued, "Well, you were probably right. I'll send you her obituary. She just passed away, whatever it was, 94, I think. My jaw just nearly hit the floor, though. I couldn't believe what she just told me." The next one's very similar. I won't spend a lot of time on it because it really wasn't me that it happened to, but it was my mom. I was involved, however. Again, oddly enough, it happened during our annual family vacation to the Delaware shore. This time, my mom was telling my daughter, who had just started her first job, about her first job at a factory in Binghamton, New York. She was laughing about the uniforms that she and her friend had to wear and compared their jobs to those in the episode of I Love Lucy when they were on the assembly line eating the chocolates. No more than 3 or 4 days later, my mom received a call from an old friend who had reported that this very same woman had passed away in Arizona, and her husband had called to tell her the sad news. The last of these strange stories also was in a dream. Now, this is totally a dream and nothing more. Or is it? So, 2 stories, both at the Delaware shore, both strangely dealing with the random mentions of people from the past who both happened to pass away peacefully at an old age right around the time we were discussing them. And now, a second dream. This one has not come true at all. However, I still hold on to it as if it will, someday. So in this dream, I'm speaking with a neighbor about a promotional video that a group of investors had put together in order to be a viable candidate for a state grant to improve our downtown. She told me that the video is really cool and well done. I had to check it out, apparently. I was anxious to see it, but just ran out of time. But I had a dream that night that I was driving down a highway. The car was driving slowly but methodically. All other cars were the same distance from me on a wide highway and were all traveling the same speed. The car proceeded down the highway and into town, surrounded by enormous green signs promoting the community. The signs themselves were the size of like a football field. They were very high up and like the entire structure. Highway signs and all, you know. So we're under a frosted glass peaked cover, something resembling a very tall greenhouse. When I say tall, I mean probably 40, 50 stories tall. I was in awe. But here's the kicker. I wasn't watching a video. I was literally driving through in a car. I was taking the tour in real life. And yeah, it was a dream, but talk about realistic. Then I'm off the highway and the car was taking me down a familiar street. The same one that I grew up on, but a different section of it. The houses were the same, but in between each one was a newer, totally modern house, with each a little different from like the other color and features. A little bit different. They're made out of concrete, and they were rounded with rows of black rectangular windows and a metallic structure like a support about 2/3 of the way up. Could have just been the design, but it reminded me of something out of a science fiction movie. New houses mixed with the old restored classical ones were absolutely gorgeous. I woke up, watched the video, and it was nothing like the dream, but the dream still seems so real to me that I can't ignore it. Nor do I want to. It was literally inspiring. The key that may have saved my life. Strange incident. About a week or so ago, I had some strange dreams. I lost my dad in 2012. Whenever I dream of him, it seems very real. As if it isn't a dream at all. What I mean is the two of us are doing things that we normally would have done when he was alive. They aren't mixtures of different visuals or random people doing strange things that don't make sense. They're, in fact, very pleasant and comforting. So last week, I had a rather weird one. People who I know have passed on, former teachers and neighbors, they were all in it. They were talking with each other and knew that I was there, but sort of just looking at me but not really engaging in any type of conversation. Can't even recall what they were saying, and the weirder thing is that a couple of them were holding keys, skeleton keys. I felt it was weird, but didn't really think too much of it other than the fact that it was so vivid that I remembered it so well over the next couple of days. Here is where it all came back to me, just yesterday. I decided to get my daily exercise by walking. Rather than taking the dog, which I would normally do, I decided to go on my own and make it a long one. As I was entering a local park by way of a service road, I thought that I saw a skeleton key laying along the side of the road, and at that point I walked over to it, and the conversations that some of the people in my dream had kind of just started coming to me. They weren't anything out of the ordinary, just things like what they ate and how nice the weather was. I knew at that moment that I was remarking on the weather with my girlfriend on that day, and I had this dream, and, well, no big deal. I always try to make sense of my dreams and connect them to my activities. I had no idea if it was really what they said in the dream, or if it was my imagination that was starting to make things up. I stared at the quote-unquote key for a second, and then just shook my head and smiled. It wasn't a key at all, but just a piece of rust. Literally, before I could turn back to the direction in which I was walking, a loud sports car with blaring music came around the bend. Not visible, but that's because of a swamp and a heavily treed area adjacent to the road. But it was at a high rate of speed, right through the section of road that I was standing on before I saw what I thought was key. Scared the hell out of me. Had my AirPods on and never would have heard it. It was very unusual for anybody to drive through that park that fast. It took me about a minute to wait for my heart to stop racing. At that point, I turned around and walked home. It took the wind out of me, literally exhausted me. Reflections of a person behind me. This happened today at work. I'm currently TDY at a military base in Kansas, Fort Riley. This building is on an airfield. It's not a main post. This happened midday today, and there's nobody around but me. I'd walk next door from my office to the next building over to go talk to somebody and grab a drink. Turns out the person I was looking for wasn't there, and the entire building was empty except me. Walked to the kitchen and I grabbed my drink from the snack fund with no issues, except for this uneasy feeling. This is unusual for me because I've been here a couple of months and never had off feelings. Turned around, walked out of the kitchen door and down an open hallway where the exterior glass door is. Just as I reached to push the door open, I saw my reflection, and someone else's was just standing behind me. Someone else's reflection. I got all the way out the door and held it open expecting someone to come out behind me, and I hadn't thought about the fact the building was empty until I turned around to see who it was. Nobody. I paused and actually shook my head as I was confused, not really expecting somebody to be behind me. Went back, told my coworker about what happened. She believed me. Turns out that people stationed here full-time have had multiple experiences in this building, and they keep it amongst themselves. They only share it with people who bring it up. Partially to keep from sounding crazy and make sure stories remain true and don't get blown out of proportion. I haven't confirmed this yet, but apparently, in World War II, the building was used as a temporary morgue to house bodies of soldiers awaiting processing after getting back to the area. Significantly creepy. I've tried to debunk what I saw with light and darker furniture or things in that direction, and I can't. This entity was right behind me in the reflection, and there's nothing in there that can make that sort of a reflection that close. I'm only at this base another week. I might go hang out with the night shift guys and get keys to the building next door to see if I can do a nighttime investigation. Although I'm not super keen on doing an investigation by myself. Experience working at a hospital. A couple of years ago, I worked at a hospital as security. Part of the security duties for the second shift was to lock all the doors downstairs in the basement of the hospital. The type of things down there ranged from offices, supply rooms, bathrooms, and the morgue. We would also have to check the refrigeration temperature inside the morgue to make sure it was running properly, but I guess that's not important. So one night I go down to the basement, which is basically a big rectangle, locked all the doors, and just as I was going to make a right to take the stairs up, I noticed somebody walk out in the corner in what looked like blue scrubs. Take about 5 steps into one of the doors I locked, and by the way, they didn't open the door or anything, just walked right in. As security, I couldn't just brush this off because recently we had people steal from the supply room, so I had to check it out, and especially since it was after hours. As I walked up to the door, I immediately got goosebumps. This specific door was an automatic locking door that can only be accessed by ID clearance, and 2, I didn't see the individual pull out an ID, which you'd have to do to get in. You pull out your ID, you scan it, wait for the green light to pop up, and then open the door. I literally just saw somebody take about 5 steps into the door like it was wide open, which it wasn't. This door automatically locks and closes itself. So I think to myself, well, if somehow someone accessed the door after hours, they aren't allowed to do so, so this might be the person that's stealing stuff. If a nurse or somebody needs to go to the supply room, they call security. Security escorts them because of stealing incidents, really. So I pull out my ID, scan it, open the door. Walked in and saw no one. Then I opened all the closet doors to confirm nobody was hiding, and then immediately got the fuck out because I was 100% sure I just saw a ghost. Later that night, I got a call from the ER department. It was a call to escort a nurse down to the supply room, and we made sweet love. No, just joking. I wish. Which actually happened is that I escorted her down to the basement to the supply room and told her what I saw. She then shuffled through some boxes in the supply room and pulled out the same exact looking light blue scrubs that I saw the ghost wearing. Except they weren't scrubs. They were blue gowns patients wear inside the hospital. So what I saw that night was a patient's ghost walking around the basement. After this experience, I definitely believe in ghosts and the afterlife. Till this day, I kick myself for not looking at the cameras that night. Grandmother visited me in a dream. Last summer, my grandmother was put into palliative care as her health began to decline. I'd already booked vacation time off near the end of August to go home. I live on the west coast of Canada, and my family's on the east coast. It was about a week before I was due home when my father called to tell me that I need to come as soon as possible. Today, if possible. I changed my flight and left that night. I arrived home 12 hours later and went straight to the palliative care center, meeting my parents, sisters, aunts, and uncles. I'd spoken on the phone to my grandmother about 4 days prior, but at this point she could barely say a word as she was in and out of consciousness. I crept in, leaned over, and whispered into her ear. She opened her eyes and in the slightest, sort of a whisper, said my name. I gave her a kiss, and she went back to sleep. She was waiting for me to get home. Over the next 2 days, we encouraged her to move on. She would have bouts of semi-awareness where she would seemingly be talking to my grandfather who passed away a few years prior. 2 nights after I arrived, she passed on. I was never really sad, though. She was 94 and had lived a great life. There's no reason to prolong the inevitable. stepfather and I decided that I need to not stay around for the funeral as I had to get back to work, so I flew back west. Out of my immediate family, I've always been the more, open and deep one, you could say. I love researching spirituality, ancient history, often lost in thoughts of who we are and why we're here. I believe in reincarnation and that our bodies are animated by spirit, not religious. About a week after I was home, I had a rather frightening dream. I was at our old cottage in Nova Scotia. That's where grandmother was born. Spent my summers there growing up, too. I remember being in my grandparents' room when a lady in a black veil approached me. I knew it was my grandmother, but it terrified me and I woke up. The next night, I again dreamt that I was in the cottage. This time, I was in the room next to my grandparents. I was rifling through a cabinet with file folders looking for something next to the scene, sort of cut to the living room, and my grandmother was there in white. But she looked younger. But how I never knew her, and yet knew this was her. We sat on the floor and had great discussions about life and death and what it means to be alive, and unfortunately, I don't consciously remember the details of the conversation. I feel that she came to me because of my affinity with these subjects. Anyway, that was the first and only time I've been visited in a dream that I'm aware of. The validity of this encounter, to me, is without question. Has something attached itself to my daughter? Everything started in my old apartment right after I had my daughter. For the longest time, me and my roommate would hear and see things. My roommate could be in her bed with her door open reading, and she would see a little blue light come up the stairs and into my bedroom during the day. There was one time that I heard what sounded like a towing chain fall to the ground, but we don't even own one. Looked over our apartment, didn't see anything that could have made that kind of a sound, and also had things thrown from one room to another room as I was cleaning. Well, after I had my daughter, I had these weird feelings like I shouldn't be touching her. It was as if every time I picked her up, I had this feeling like something was going to attack me for touching my child. When I tried to explain this to my husband and his friend, they both laughed at me and said I was crazy, but in that same moment, a crack came from was in the ceiling. That's where the baby bed was in the second story. My daughter started screaming. Ran upstairs, grabbed her, came down, and just cried because nobody believed me and I didn't know what to do. 2 months later, we bought our new to us house. Everything seemed fine for a long period of time. When my daughter turned 4, though, she started telling me how there was a man named Dwayne in her room. When I asked her what he looked like, she responded he's brown with a white shirt. So then I asked her, does he say or do anything when you're in there with him? She just said, no, he just watches and smiles at me while I play. So I let it go. Then a couple of months later, she started talking about what she called the silly guys. The way that she described them was not so silly. She told me that they were black and had red eyes. She even told me that the dad was the mean one. So because I'm a full believer in the paranormal, I took it upon myself to start carrying a Bible around her room and yelling things at it. Basically yelled that it had no permission in the name of Jesus Christ to touch my daughter, and that it was no longer welcome in my home. It's been years since then. All's been quiet. My daughter is now 11, and in December we started renovating the inside of our home. Went to my daughter's bedroom and saw what I thought was her leg on her bed, and I asked her to please get out of bed. Your dad and I need your help. I continued talking to her, and then walking out of her room. When I came into the living room, I looked out the front door. There's my daughter walking through the front door. I stopped and said, no fucking way. Went to her room immediately and saw no one was in her bed. My husband and his brother just laughed at me and said I was being stupid. A month later, I wake up at 12:30 or so, and her dog's staring at my dresser and growling. There's nothing there, and now just last week I picked my daughter up from her grandparents' house and noticed that her house was completely dark from the outside. But as soon as my daughter walked to her room, she yelled, "Mom, something's wrong." I walked to her room, she opened her door, and her colorful disco ball was going off. There's no way that we wouldn't have seen that through the windows from the outside of the house. She had sleepovers before it was going off, and you can see it through the blinds. It was pitch black when we pulled in. I have no clue what's going on, but I feel like it's attached itself to her and just reminds me it's still here. I have no clue what to do about it. An entity entered my house. About 2 years ago, I personally believe something entered my house. I was in my room and a family friend was coming over to grab something. I unlocked the door so they wouldn't have to knock or anything. They live really close, so maybe 5 minutes later I hear the door open. My dog started barking and bolts downstairs as per usual. Then I heard the creaking of somebody walking up the stairs and into the living room. As they walked up the stairs, I clearly heard in their voice them shout, "Hello?" So I shouted hi back and said I'd be down in a few minutes. So about 2 minutes later, I hear the doorbell ring and my dog starts barking and running downstairs again, so I go down kind of confused. When I got to the door, I saw said family friend outside of it and the door was now locked. I unlocked and opened the door and asked, "Oh, did you forget something?" He just looked at me confused, and he then said, "I just got here." Confused, I just peeked into the living room and I saw no one was there. Still confused, but I just brushed it off and continued on with the day. Although, the more I thought about it, the more unsettling it seems. Think about it. Something opened the door, locked it, mimicked the person's voice perfectly, then walked upstairs and disappeared. And I know that I didn't just hear something, as my dog reacted to it too, and doors can't just lock themselves. And if anybody's curious, no, the family friend did not have a key. I tend to tell the story to people who will listen. Some think I just heard something or imagined it. Others truly believe me. I don't know what happened that day myself, if I'm being entirely honest. It's not a truly terrifying experience, I suppose, but it's unnerving. I hope whatever came here that day doesn't come back. Cattle mutilation story. I'm a healthcare professional working at a small hospital in the rural area of the Midwest in the USA. It's not unusual for me to see 6 to 8 patients a day. Occasionally, you run into a patient who you really sort of hit it off with, or it seems as if you've known each other for years. That's how my story starts. At my hospital, we have what's called a joint program for patients who are having elective hip or knee replacements done. I was scheduled to see this lady, who we just called Doris, for the last time before she discharged home later the same day. As I've said, Doris and I really hit it off. In the process of helping her prepare to head home, I asked what made her finally decide to get her knee replacement done. She explained that she had been to her doctor many times for knee pain, finally decided to follow his suggestion. After they found what she described as little beads around her knee in the x-rays, like bone and cartilage, or bone spurs, perhaps, I teased her by suggesting, "Oh, the aliens probably put them in there." Doris didn't miss a beat. She told me that she wanted to show me something, asked me to grab her iPad for her. After doing so, she pulls up pictures of some of her cattle. Her and her husband are cattle ranchers in the area. There's a ton of cattle ranchers in a 50-mile radius of where I live. But the point is all this cattle, they'd been mutilated, in the way you'd usually see on alien TV shows, documentaries and all that. I'm taking patches of skin taken out in perfect circles around the eyes, missing tongue, desiccated insides of perfect hide, missing rectum and udders, no blood, all that. was honestly too shocked to speak much at first. I asked Doris who or what she thought was doing it. She stated she had absolutely no idea, but that she was sure it wasn't the government. They could easily just come to any of the, cattle auctions and buy cattle. No one would be any the wiser. She said that she thought it was an intimidation tactic to leave the cattle behind like that to be found the next day. She also said that it seems they rotate around the cattle ranches in the area every year or so. Her ranch will go a few years unmolested while her neighbors will have problems. Also, she stated that it always seems to occur on what she called those weird holidays, by which I'm guessing she meant equinoxes or solstices and so on. She said that sometimes her husband will hear a loud whooshing wind sound from above his head outside as well. Anyway, that's pretty much it. Happened about 2 years ago now, and it's been in my mind ever since. It's creepy to think that this kind of thing's happening within a half an hour before I lay down to sleep every night. My ghostly hospital experience. I'm a therapist in a small rural hospital in the Midwest. This experience occurred during one of our COVID waves in the month of September in the year 2020. I had a patient on my caseload at the time who I'm going to refer to as Irby. Irby was an older man who unfortunately had caught COVID and was not doing well with it. My job was to come visit with him during his stay to assist him with completing exercises, using the restroom, getting cleaned up, etc. Sort of to help him stay active in hopes that if he recovered, he wouldn't be too debilitated. Unfortunately, this was not to be. Herbie and I had a good rapport. We were both Catholics and enjoyed talking about the various goings-on in our diocese, talking about the priests, some of the beautiful older churches in our area, and discussing his life up until this point. He just had finished work on this cabin, and he was planning on spending the remainder of his life in it. Really missed his dog. I remember Justice Ginsburg had recently passed away, and this was on the news every time I came to see him. Herbie's health did begin to take a turn for the worse, but I was sure to make time to come see him, even just do something simple so I would have the opportunity to keep him company for a little while. He had been in the hospital for a week at this point, and we sort of assured each other of our prayers every time we had to say goodbye. My manager needed my help on our inpatient rehabilitation floor one day. I was unable to see him. Late that night, I sat down to pray the rosary. I'm pretty serious about my faith, and so I sometimes like to, set the mood, so to speak, when I pray, to aid in my meditation on the mysteries. I'll sometimes light some candles and burn some incense to create a chapel-like atmosphere. It had to have been a Tuesday because I was praying the sorrowful mysteries. Could not keep my mind off Herbie the entire time I was praying, and I was distracted to the point that I stopped to try to clear my mind. I then noticed that the incense I was burning, a stick incense, was producing an uninterrupted flow of smoke all the way up to my ceiling with no breaks or curling. Yet my 2 candles were flickering like crazy. The, quote-unquote, vibe in the room really changed when I noticed that, but I refocused and then finished the rosary. Still, though, I was unable to keep my mind off Irby. When I finished, I put my rosary away and sat there for a few minutes to think about what was happening. The incense and the candles were still acting strangely. I didn't feel a chill or anything like that, but then I heard a very strange sound that I can't easily explain. Best I can say is that it had a garbled or guttural quality to it. Me hearing the sound was pretty unusual because I have profound hearing loss, and without my hearing aids in, I usually take them out when I get home, but there's a lot of noises that I'll simply just not hear. Then my phone at the opposite end of the room from me just began to go off. Get up to shut the thing off, and I'm feeling pretty on edge. My phone was on the Google Assistant screen. That's where you can talk to it to have it look things up or whatever. The time read 1:17 a.m. At this point, I think I have an idea of what may have happened, and I'm sure anybody reading this does too. I fell asleep that night praying Hail Marys for Herbie. The next morning, the very first thing I did when I signed on to our patient information program was to look up Herbie. He had indeed passed away that night at 1:12 a.m., and I was stunned. I went to the nurse's station at our COVID wing to try to get some information about what had happened that night before, but of course there was another crew of nurses there. I heard through the grapevine months later that there were many patients who begged for time with the priest for last rites, anointing of the sick, and so on. But these requests were ignored or denied since there was a strict no-visitor policy in effect at the time. Beside that, I really don't think the diocese would have allowed priests to enter the building anyway. I'll leave my opinions on that whole situation to the side for now. I've sat on this story for a few years, and I've only shared it with family and some of my closer friends. It had an effect on me that I struggled to explain, and I considered going to a priest to discuss it, but I've never really worked up the nerve to do so. I just don't think any of the priests in my area would be very, helpful. And if I'm being brutally honest, I'm still carrying a stone in my heart that the priest did not advocate more strongly for our dying patients at the time. It feels nice to get the story out in a somewhat more public way. Hope I made it even more so. Lady in Yellow. Wondering if anybody else has had these types of experiences. When I was a little girl, like a toddler through 10 years, I would be scared to death to sleep alone. My parents were pretty nice to let me sleep in between them on their cow king most nights. There were a few nights that I remember extremely well. Ones that have haunted me for years. I've even researched the previous owners of our home with no luck. One night I'm laying in between Mom and Dad in their bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to feel sleepy. Mom and Dad had already drifted off to sleep, and I could hear our grandfather clock start chiming from the living room. All of a sudden, a glow could be seen from the hallway, and then as it entered the room, I freaked out. Standing at the foot of the bed was a tall, slender apparition of a pretty woman with red hair wearing a long flowing yellow dress with a flower in her hair. It was either a dark pink or a red flower. I'm not sure, but it might have been hibiscus. I immediately sat up and woke my parents up. Well, my mom was the only one who agreed to deal with me. I was yelling and asking her who that lady was, and where'd she come from, and why she here. All my mom could say was that she's so sorry that she can't see any woman. I was adamant and pointing, and still Mom couldn't see. The woman just stood there, staring for a few minutes, then disappeared. She came back a couple more times, and then as I got older, never again. I actually got used to her when she did show up and would talk to her while my parents slept without any response from her ever. While I was still scared, as long as my parents were next to me, I didn't think I was in any danger from her. And to this day, I remember exactly what she looks like. The other day, I asked my 82-year-old mom if she remembered those nights. She looked at me completely shocked and alarmed, almost like she had just seen a ghost, and told me, "I don't want to talk about that right now." But she did acknowledge that she did remember those nights. I think my dead aunt, who committed suicide 9 years ago, tried to contact my family this evening. So, I've been struggling with anxiety and depression for the past years. But this winter break more than usual. And this afternoon, for whatever reason, I decided I wanted to take one long trip down memory lane. So I plugged in my external DVD reader and started looking at old photos and videos from when I was 10 to 15, 24 now. I stumbled upon a picture from 2006, Christmas Day, with me, my sister, my uncle, and 2 second-degree cousins whom I just met for the first time. It's not important, but they were 24 and 22 at that time, and They were the sons of my aunt's sister. I was watching all these old photos with my mother and sister, and this part is important to the story. After feeding my need of watching old embarrassing photos of my family from back in the day, I went outside for a smoke. When I come back, my mom was literally shouting when I rang the bell, and the weirdest thing just happened. She was cleaning the kitchen table, and my father's cell phone was on the table alongside other things, and she piled them up together and moved them to the chair that was nearby. After 10 seconds, the phone started saying something of the likes of, "The number you are trying to reach is, well, non-existent." My father picked the phone up and was trying to call my dead aunt's old number, which was saved in my dad's contact list from all those years ago. It hadn't been used since. He freaked out on how it was possible, because the phone unlocks with the pin of a fingerprint. Anybody, even if it magically unlocked, should have at least tried to automatically call one of the last dialed numbers, not a number that hasn't been used in 9 years. We're all pretty freaked, and this experience, well, kind of gives us the chills. I've only ever had one negative encounter in my life, and it was in Gettysburg. I've never told anyone about this, except my mom, because I don't think anybody really would believe me. When I was 13 or so, my parents drove her family from Texas to Virginia to visit family. My mom was about, well, all things being educational and killing two birds with one stone. So one of her stops was in Gettysburg. We took a day to tour the town and the battlefields. And then we were supposed to stay in a bed and breakfast that night. The B&B was located either right on or very close to one of the battlefields. I don't remember which it was. The entire town was super creepy, and the bed and breakfast had a weird feeling to it, like there is a tension in the air. We checked in and everybody went to bed. Around 3 a.m. I woke up completely alert. Despite it being mid-July in the 19th century building with a window AC unit that limped along just enough to keep the temperature below 80, the room was ice cold. And there was someone standing next to me. I'm very glad I had the presence of mind to not open my eyes or even move an inch. I'm pretty sure I knew that I was awake anyway, because after about 30 seconds I could feel it lean down and look me straight in the face. It did not like me or my family. It wanted us out, and I could feel how angry it was. After a while, it left my side of the bed and just went to look at my brother, my dad, and my mom. It stayed longest by my dad for some reason. I could tell because I could feel his footsteps on the floor. There wasn't a sound, but there was that definite feel of heavy feet on the floorboards. Came back around to me again and stood for a long time. Very close, very hateful. Then it was just gone. I can't tell you how I knew at least that it hated us. I just had that feeling you get when someone's angry at you, but you don't know why and you're scared to ask. Well, turned up to 11. I kept this to myself until about 18 months ago, and I told my mom that I hated Gettysburg and would never, ever stay there again. She just said it was because of that thing that was in the hotel room. I saw it too, which, of course it is. That's why I'm never going back to Gettysburg. I encountered something very bad and very strong at a diner. The lady checking me out said she thinks she's haunted. You guys should already know about my other paranormal experiences. And I have hopefully already established that yes, I am a horror writer. No, I am not making this up. Otherwise, I'd put this damn thing to no sleep. Just an hour ago, I left the movie theater after watching a lighthearted movie. Nothing scary at all, really. Right after, I went to a restaurant to get some dessert. I had a hankering for pie. As I was there, I felt this nope. and I call it a nope because my back arches severely away from whatever's behind me. This nope only happens when someone or something bad is behind me. I don't claim to be a psychic, but I am sensitive. Usually this only happens with living people. I had an art teacher in the middle school that followed my class into high school and gave me this feeling anytime he was behind me, in the hallway, in the classroom, anywhere. If he was behind me, I'd feel it. Every now and then I get this feeling, and it usually goes away as soon as the person or thing in question isn't behind me or around me anymore. This feeling in the restaurant stuck the entire time I was there, though. I kept getting waves of it. It made me shudder, the kind of shuddering you do when something cold touches your back. Now, let me say, I didn't feel cold, I just felt nope. After I was done, myself and the person with me who'd been relaying this nonsensical feeling to went up to the register to pay. As we were up there checking out, I looked at the lady at the register and blurted out, "Is this place haunted?" I don't go around asking people that shit, I just don't. I don't need to look like a lunatic asking about bad vibes and cornflakes. It's just something I do. This lady, without skipping a beat, tells me that the other location she works at, she said she literally watched a printer nearby, like nearly pushed off the counter in the back room. And another person there witnessed it too, and was caught on a security camera. She said that she was the only person who witnessed it. Or rather, she said she and the person who witnessed it, were both working at the restaurant that I was at tonight. She said that she was a little bit worried because she'd noticed things now moving around in her home. She asked if it could have followed her, and I told her yes, and I said she needed to sage herself, her home, and the freaking restaurant and tell it to get the fuck out. The entire ride home, I still felt this nope. So bad to the point where I just saged myself, the person I was at the restaurant with, and my whole damn house. Feel much better after saging. The shit was too strong not to cleanse every inch of the place, and I feel the compulsive need to share this with you all. Anybody else get this nope, as I call it? Feel crazy for even sharing this because despite sharing other experiences, I've never really talked about the nope with anyone before, as I think it sounds absolutely off my rocker. I don't know if I'm sure if I'm looking for validation or closure or what, but Jesus Christ, that feeling was so strong tonight. And for some reason I feel old with this reckless abandon of the use of the word nope. I mean, obviously it's a word, but it's used incredibly often, and I want to know where it came from in its current use. Figure from the wall. I used to live with my best friend and his family in high school. The house was an older run-down house in a very nice part of town, so it stuck out quite a bit. The entrance to the den was covered with a mattress leaning against the doorway. It's because water damage made part of the ceiling fall in and none of us had the funds to fix it. Half of the kitchen was the same way. Most of the windows in the house were covered up with cardboard or whatever else my buddy and his brothers could find. So the inside of the house was quite dark and eerie already. It was a well-known drug house for years for members of his family dealing and using drugs, so the house had seen its fair share of strange people and violence. So let's just say there was always this kind of bad vibe hanging out. I have many stories of this house, but the one that stuck with me the most is this one. I'm laying in my bed one night, watching TV, trying to fall asleep. I had school the next day. I was watching Cheech and Chong's Up in Smoke in the TV at the end of my bed. I would close my eyes and then crack them slightly when I would hear a funny part come on the show. Did this for about 30 minutes until I got cold, so I covered myself up. I was almost asleep and cracked my eyes one last time and saw this solid black figure with a large strange-shaped head fall out of the wall above my TV and land on my bed sprawled out all over on top of me. It was really tall, no apparent face, and silent. I flinched, closing my eyes, and jumped up with my fist balled up, and when I opened my eyes, it was gone. But I heard a shuffling past my bed to the closet, saw my clothes moving like something had ran in there. Completely terrified, I started to say out loud that this is my space and it was not welcome. That I live here now and won't get rid of me, and, well, I'm not going to be scared or terrorized by it any longer. Probably sounded like a madman to my buddy and his mom at 11:30 p.m. yelling stuff like that out of nowhere. But after this incident, I don't have any more paranormal experiences to this degree in the house, other than things moving or always feeling watched. Malevolent entity shadow figure at the side of my bed. Now, onto the experience. It's taken me a while to write this down, and I'm not entirely sure why, well, other than it's been busy, and rather, suppose I just wasn't up to sharing it here yet. I guess I might have just been deciding if it was interesting enough to even put it in for the, whole effort of typing it up. A month or so ago, maybe a little longer, I was in my bedroom asleep. Suddenly I woke up to the feeling that someone or something was in my room. I looked up at the area beside my bed to see some dark figure standing within 2 feet of me. Its shape was very thin, and it was jet black and had a craggy outline, and the best way I can describe it was like it was made of sharp rocks. It had no real definitive texture. It stood maybe about 5'8", so based on where its head was in regard to where I saw it while laying down and how tall I am, I was a little afraid. I've had a bunch of experiences with things passing through my house or following me home. I feel like I've gotten used to it. In my tired, bit ballsy state, I sat up in bed and brought my face within maybe 6 inches of this thing's. It had no features or anything, no eyes, but I could feel it was looking at me. And I did not feel like it was harmless, and I glared at it, telling it I'm not afraid of you, fuck off. As I reached behind me to turn on my light, as expected, when my light came on, there was nothing there. After I shut the light back off, the figure stayed gone. I think I remember seeing a similar shadow figure at the bottom of my bed once. That was sometime prior to this particular night's event. I can't be completely sure about the timing. I waited a bit long to post about this, and I want to say I believe it was the same entity both times, but nothing's really come of it since I had my little confrontation with it. I'll admit this may have been some kind of waking dream, but certainly not sleep paralysis. I could and did move freely. Not entirely sure what to make of it, and I am interested to hear your opinions on it. Certainly not as wild as some of the other experiences, but I still find it something I wanted to share here. I may make a no-sleep horror story based off of this experience or dream or whatever this was, and I'm saying so now again to cover my own butt regarding the real versus fake debate that any and all of my posts on here seem to incite due to my writing hobby. So, for full visibility, I think it's important to include my intentions. Happy to hear any thoughts, read your experiences, or if anybody's seen something like this before. Get an opinion on whether or not it was just some waking dream or if I actually did see something. I feel like I did, but I also wonder if nothing more became of it because this entity knew it couldn't scare me, or if nothing else happened because it was all just a weird waking dream. Anyway, thank you for your time reading this, and feel free to ask any questions if you'd like. Small paranormal phenomena today. I give ghost tours through a small haunted attraction at my local theme park. It's part of a side job I have on weekends. And today I had some weird experiences. The place I work is pretty notoriously haunted. Security guards report seeing orbs floating down the street on security cameras at night. Friends have reported seeing a little ghost boy or being pushed by a man in another area of the park. And I myself had 1 or 2 very minor instances at work experiencing the paranormal. But today it was a bit more than usual. Today, as I'm waiting at the entrance, just hanging out, waiting for guests, when I heard whistling coming from inside the haunt. No one was in there, and there was nobody around since it was nearly opening time, and not too many folks had come in yet. Later on, as I was finishing a tour, I heard the loud thumps of somebody walking over a bridge farther back in the haunt where nobody's back there. That's because we closed the entrance behind us as we take tours through. My whole group was present and accounted for. I was the only tour guide on staff at the time. Now, I've had sensors go off around me. I've heard footsteps and had a general feeling of being watched while alone in the haunt. But these occurrences that happened today were the most direct and obvious, and the distinct sound of somebody walking over the bridge happened with other people around me. Weird stuff, but that's why I love working here. Time is either going very fast or very slow. I feel like time is kind of doing its own thing. When I was in school, which I finished in 2016, a day felt like it lasted ages and that I could do so much in one day. For example, I could easily go to school for 6 hours, get back home, about half an hour by bus, eat something, do homework or some revision, play on my PlayStation with my friend for a couple of hours, and then go back to my school's football soccer pitch to play with my friends in person for another few hours. Then time started going extremely fast once I finished school. It often felt like a week would go by in the time of a normal day when I was at school. Felt like I could barely do anything in one day. It just felt like time was going faster and faster. Basically feels like some years you've been skipped, mid-2016 when I finished school in 2019. Legitimately felt like these years had gone by in a month. 2020 was kind of a mix. Sometimes it felt like a month flew by, other times days lasted for ages like it did when I was in school. If someone was to ask me when I finished school, my first thought would be to say a year or two ago, even though it's been almost 5 years, and this has been happening no matter how busy or free I was. Now, I always heard a lot of adults and elderly people saying that the older you get, the faster time flies by, so I assumed that was what was going on. However, time recently started to feel normal again. By this, I mean it felt the same as when I was in school. I feel like I can do so much again. Time started to feel normal since about November and December. Why is this happening? Is this happening to anyone else? And is there a way to fix this? You did not give us anywhere near enough information about what changed during those years and the time you're talking about now, so kind of hard to give you an intellectual or otherworldly comment. The former, though. Door opened by itself right in front of me. My parents and I go to this church built in the 1800s. And as my dad's the pastor, I end up spending quite a lot of time there. We've been going there for almost 7 years. Time in which I experienced quite a few things that I can't explain. It's mainly been stuff like the sound of doors opening or closing or getting locked or unlocked, people chatting or singing in another room, or the sound children playing and laughing, sounds of footsteps and other similar stuff. However, I never saw anything or anyone, and everything would be the same as it was before. Like if I left a door closed and it sounded like it opened, it would be closed, and, when I'd walk over there and there was no one or nothing that could have opened or closed it. I think it's worth to mention that these things happened while I was there by myself. Anyway, I once went there with my mom as she forgot something she didn't want to go by herself. Needed to go to the toilet, so I went to do my business while she was looking for her stuff. Didn't lock the doors. My mom knew I was in there, and she could have used the other toilet if she needed to go as well. However, the door just opened by itself. I literally saw the door handle go down by itself, then the door opened by itself quite violently. I managed to stop it when it was about a quarter of the way open, but it still opened with a quite high amount of force. After I finished, I asked my mom if it was her. She said no. It was only then that I realized I didn't hear any footsteps, like on the floor where footsteps are quite obvious. I explained what happened to my mom, but she said it was just the wind in the door mechanism playing tricks on me, which didn't make sense. Went back to the exact same door a few days later, closed it, tried to open it without touching the handle, but I just couldn't. The door would simply not open no matter how I pushed it and the amount of force I used, meaning it was definitely not the wind. My older brother died on June 1st. About 2 months before his death, I started seeing a shadow person. My older brother died on June 1st. About 2 months before his death, I started seeing a shadow person walking from the kitchen to the bathroom. I've always been sensitive to the paranormal, but my boyfriend's never experienced anything. I never said anything to him about it because I'm not sure if he really believed me when I would tell him about the things I would see and hear. My purse was also thrown off of my dresser and landed on the foot of my bed. And there's 5 feet between them. One day I'm sitting on the couch and my boyfriend looks at me and says, "I've been seeing a person like shadow walking from the kitchen to the bathroom, but it's only in my periphery. When I try to focus on it, it just disappears. I just saw one behind you." And for him to see something I've been seeing actually was a relief. About 2 weeks before my brother died, I also had a friend tell me they see the same thing while at my house. And this home was built in the early 1930s, but there's never been any activity. A few days before my brother's death, I was standing in the kitchen. I could feel someone with me, but it was almost comforting. They said my name right by my ear, and the voice was male and almost a whisper. It startled me, so I jumped and said, "I hate it when you do that." After his death, there were no more experiences. I've always had a very deep connection to my brother. He caused an accident when I was 14 that claimed the life of a young lady. I was over 1,000 miles away, but I just knew. It was late at night and I was hysterical. I started calling friends and family, asking them not to let him do whatever it was I was feeling. The next morning, I got one of the worst calls I've ever had. He had killed a woman in an accident and wasn't expected to live. How did I know? Another time, I had a dream about him being lost in a forest, running but unable to find his way out. The next day, I started calling hospitals and police stations until I finally found him. He had laid on the floor in the bathroom for 3 days after a night of partying. He had internal bleeding. Blood had settled in one of his kidneys, and he had to be on dialysis. And again, how did I know? But I always knew when something was really wrong. I'd been thinking about my brother a lot in those 2 months before his death. At this point, we were 6 years estranged because of his lifestyle. I knew something was wrong, but what was the shadow about? I just don't understand seeing this thing weeks before he died, and then everything just stopped after his death. Is it a warning? Were they trying to tell me something and I just wasn't listening? Any thoughts on the subject are welcome. Paranormal M takes you beyond the ordinary, into the realm of the extraordinary. Subscribe now and stay tuned for spine-tingling episodes. Dare to uncover the secrets that await. What is haunting my family? My grandparents moved out there in the early 90s. The whole family experienced weird things there. I wonder if anybody who's lived in the house after them or even now experience it as well. My grandpa bought this foreclosed house. They lived in a condo or something in the meantime while they finished the house. My uncle told me that when he went to go and smoke and chill with friends, the house had pentagrams spray-painted in the walls and empty beer cans everywhere. He assumed that teens used the house to party and do weird shit while it was empty. He took a girl there one day. He said he heard pipes banging upstairs. When he went to the spot that he heard it, the pipe started banging downstairs. He thought it was weird. They finally moved in, and my aunt, the youngest sibling, came home from her first day of school crying. She said that the kids were telling her how a girl hung herself in their attic. That's where both of my aunts slept. The attic wasn't like a crawl space either, it was a finished room. My other aunt, the oldest sibling, said that the initials of the girl who supposedly killed herself were carved into the windowsill. My dad said he'd always see a girl in white in the house, but never really thought anything of it. My dad's side of the family are hardcore realists. He said he remembers sleeping and feeling the pressure of someone getting into bed with him, but no one was there. He'd sometimes even feel someone breathing on his neck. Craziest story is the oldest aunt got engaged and her fiancé was at the house playing cards with the family. They both told me that they clear as day saw a woman walking and floating in the kitchen up to the attic. She had white on and something white on her head. They were confused because my youngest aunt had gone to bed about an hour before. So my aunt ran upstairs to check if it was her sister, thinking maybe she had just showered. But my aunt was passed out, dry hair, and not wearing white. My grandpa, who's a foreign Albanian man, which is important because Albanian men have a toxic way of thinking that, well, talking about this kind of stuff is embarrassing. No man should mention it. So the fact that he admitted it was true means it definitely was true. Said that he would also see a girl walking around the house. And one time he got so upset that she wasn't answering him, thinking it was his daughter, and then he walked around the whole entire house looking for her. And one day, one of the family members, like years after moving out, mentioned how they used to see a girl walking around, and everybody had one of those, "Oh my God, I saw it too" moments. My grandma and grandpa on my mom's side, they were born and raised in Montenegro. My great-grandpa's house is where they and the whole family lived. Things were done differently in my culture. So if something in this story seems odd, it's just how things were done then. Witches are and were very common back home in Montenegro. Most people couldn't afford doctors. And, like my family, when you leave surrounded by mountains and no one owns cars, you'd go to the village witch doctor. This woman, who was known, or rather known as a witch, married my grandpa's brother. Before she could get pregnant, my grandpa's brother was murdered. So even though she didn't bear any children, my great-grandfather still kept her in the house as his daughter-in-law. Only thing I've heard about her is that she was an evil woman. Her and my grandparents lived in the same house. My grandma got pregnant for the first time and had a dream that a woman in a wedding dress came to her and said, "Congratulations, you're pregnant, and it's a boy. But don't get excited because he's going to die." Oof. My grandma had the baby, and before he was a couple months old, he did die. My grandma got pregnant again, and the same woman visited her in her dreams. Said, "Congratulations, you're pregnant, it's a boy." But just like before, don't get excited. That's because this child would be taken from you too. Sure enough, it happened again. Before the baby was 1 year old, he died. Third time my grandma got pregnant, she believed the land or something had been cursed, and so she had the baby far from home. After a year or so, she woke up in the middle of the night to the baby dying. She can't explain to us exactly what the baby was doing because our language doesn't have a lot of descriptive words. But she called the witch to come help. The witch cracked an egg on the baby's chest, and my grandma said she saw the yolk slowly move up to the baby's neck and stay there. The witch turned to my grandma and said, "The baby won't die with you in the room. You have to leave." And my grandma said the moment before both her feet were outside the house, she heard her baby die. Suspicious. My grandma had 11 children, and only 5 of them are alive today. The worst she went through was they had a son in Italy while they were refugees coming to America. When he was 8 years old, he got hit by a car when his ball rolled into the street. My grandma and family are convinced that the witch cursed her. Union Cemetery, Connecticut, is known to be one of the most haunted in the country. You can research yourself. There's a lot of people who have seen the White Lady. My family who lives near the cemetery told me that the legend is that you'll see a green mist or a sparkle. Then you'll see her, usually in their car. Whenever I visit them, I pass the cemetery more than 5 times a day, and it's definitely creepy looking. About 20 years ago, when my aunt and her family moved there, they all went and got ice cream one night. On the way home, they were all looking to see if they could spot the ghost. One of my cousins was maybe 5 at the time and acted very weird when they got home. He told his sister that he saw the woman, but they were kids and she thought he was just trying to scare her. That night, he woke up screaming and crying. His mom and sister went to calm him down, but he didn't stop. Every night, he would wake up crying and screaming, talking to someone, sleepwalking, all the stuff that you'd imagine. Whenever they tried to calm him down, he was totally not aware of anything that was happening around him. It was like as if he was in another world. They'd shake him aggressively, and he wasn't ever responsive. My aunt said that she took him to see a spiritual doctor, and the doctor healed him. Nothing's happened to him since. Fun fact, Ed and Lorraine Warren from the Conjuring movies lived less than 10 minutes from my family's house. I drove by it last year, and it was crazy to think that Annabelle doll was in that house. Lorraine wanted to visit my cousin's high school because the catacombs were supposed to be haunted. They didn't let her. A couple weird things going on in there. Don't take items from dead bodies. As a kid, I used to be obsessed with World War II. I would collect items and made it a passion of mine. One day, I had some money. I visited a local surplus store. I saw an authentic US M1 helmet on the shelf that I hadn't seen before. It was covered in dirt. Even kind of damaged. These can go for a lot of money. I asked the owner how much it was. He reluctantly said $20, which surprised me. When I asked why this was, he pulled it down off the shelf to reveal brown, crusted material inside and a bullet hole through the temple area of the helmet. There was no exit hole. He explained it had been dug up by a metal detector in the Ardennes, if that's how you say that. Being a stupid child, I bought it. I had no thoughts or fears about it and just thought it was cool. After a week of having it in my possession, I began to have horrific nightmares, mainly involving visions of death. My parents would report constant yelling in my sleep. Having no prior mental illness issue or genetic predisposition, I was just brought to a therapist. No conclusion was reached, and the nightmares continued every day until 2 months later I decided to sell the helmet to afford a new backpack. The nightmares stopped the day it left my possession. Nice pun. Not only during this time did I assume the helmet had anything to do with it until years later, accidentally stumbling across accounts from veterans describing cursed war trophies and battlefield items affecting their lives. Please do not take items from dead bodies. Solid advice. I think my dad might be following me. I really don't know where to post this, so I'm just throwing this out there. For backstory, my dad was an extremely frequent smoker. He'd say he's been smoking since he was 16, and how it's quote-unquote, how I'm keeping myself alive. He barely had any teeth, and the walls in his room were yellow, burn holes in a lot of the blankets and even the curtains. Couldn't step into his room without taking a deep breath beforehand. It was bad, and I swear it had part to do with him dying, but I guess I really don't know. He died in January of this year. We brought his ashes home in February, and that's when it started. Ever since, the stench of cigarette smoke just seems to follow me, even surrounding me when I'm sitting around or about to sleep. It only comes out at night, and it gets so bad where I have to pinch my nose and breathe out of my mouth. When I'm in my room, I have to close the door to get it to go away. My dad's room is right next to mine, so I do it almost every night for years. Whenever it's around, I feel uneasy, like I'm not alone. My dad and I never really had the best relationship, especially before he died. He was a piece of shit to me, and it was no secret to everyone that I hated him and he hated me. So maybe this is his way to annoy me even more. I brought it up to my mom about maybe a month of it happening, just to see if she could also smell it, and that it's just a lingering stench, but she said, "Really? No, I haven't smelt anything. That's just your dad visiting you, maybe." Okay, well, I don't know him visiting me, Mom. Jeez. Maybe it's nothing, but he was a big paranormal monster movie guy, so maybe he just wants to have some fun, I guess. Not sure what this was. Probably my imagination. First one 5 or 6 years ago. I was around 12, maybe 13. I went to take a shower in the evening around 9 p.m. I was always scared of mirrors, and still am. But anyway, the way the bathroom is set up, the shower with curtains is in the corner. When you open the curtains, you see the mirror on the opposite wall. And in the corner of that wall, next to the shower, is the toilet, where I put clothes to wear after I shower. So I took a shower, went to get dressed, and opened the curtains. First thing you see is the mirror and sink. And if you pull the curtains all the way, you also see the toilet. So I pulled them all the way, and above the toilet, and I saw my grandma's face. Just the face, no body. It was almost like she was sitting there, but I couldn't see her body. She was looking straight at me, but she didn't look like anyone I knew. Maybe 90-ish years old, wrinkles in a bun. I stared for a few seconds and then blinked, and suddenly she was gone. I honestly have no idea what it was, but I hope it's just my imagination. The second thing, I'm in my bedroom asleep, and I woke up around 4:50 a.m. It was still dark out because it was winter. My bed was facing my door, which is in the corner of the hallway, and on the connecting wall right next to it was a toilet room. I don't know what it's called, but it's a tiny room with just a toilet inside. A bathroom, perhaps. It used to have a sink, but we got rid of it because there was no space at all inside. Anyway, the toilet room was always locked when my uncle wasn't redoing the floor. But anyway, I woke up and looking at the hallway, it looked like the light was on, which was weird, as I was the last person to go to bed and turned it off, but okay, no big deal. Then I saw footsteps directly in front of my bedroom. I knew it was right in front of it, but well, that was because we were hiding the light from the hallway. They went straight into the toilet room, which was locked, but the footsteps didn't even stop and unlock. Just went straight in. They also didn't sound like anyone in my family. Later I realized I shouldn't have been able to see any of that, even the light underneath my door, because my floor level of the hallway is higher than the floor of my bedroom. Anyone ever experience an evil feeling in a specific place? Anyone ever been to the DMV? I used to babysit this kid when I was a teen. Every single time I went over their house, I felt this absolutely repulsive energy. Completely terrible, downright disgusting vibes. Can't even explain it. Pure uneasiness. Now, the 2 dogs that we had were nervous, barked, twitched, and had to have Prozac, constantly pacing and upset. The kid I babysat refused to go to bed, to the point that he would scream and cry, completely age-appropriate, and to be honest, I understand. I never said anything, but I hated tucking him in, too. I'd run down the stairs after. The upstairs of the house felt terrible. Felt like something was in there. And I say thing because it did not feel like a person. I literally get goosebumps thinking about that. When my mom would go over to dog sit or feed the dog, she felt the same. Years later, she brought it up to me, and we both had felt it, but never brought it up to one another. I never said anything as a teen because I wanted to pay and just thought I was paranoid. The tree in my childhood backyard. Up until the age of 10, I lived in a suburban neighborhood in Sacramento. The houses there were on the older side, but I'm not sure exactly how old. I know our house needed a lot of work and renovation, and I remembered my dad worked on it a lot when he first had free time there. While nothing strange happened inside the house, there was something rather odd about the tree in our backyard. It was the only tree that we had back there, and if memory serves, it was an oak tree. Could have been my childish mind back then, but something about that tree really unsettled me when it got dark at night. The branches just looked creepy and menacing in some way, especially when the wind would move them. But that's nothing paranormal. What I think was paranormal were the orbs of light that would sometimes appear around the tree at twilight. I remember asking my dad what those orbs were. His response was an offhand comment, something along the lines of, probably just your imagination. I think the orbs were some kind of mischievous spirits, which perhaps flocked to the tree. The reason I think that may be the case is because of the 2 times those orbs got me in trouble. The first time they got me in trouble, I was about 7 years old, playing outside with my dog Loki. It was getting late, and right when the sun began to set, I saw the orb begin to descend from the top of the tree. Loki must have seen it as well, because he looked right at them and growled. They just hovered around the tree like firefly and lazily fluttering about. At this point, I was curious about what they were, so I began to approach. Loki must not have liked the idea of me getting close to the orbs because he began to bark like crazy. Then one of the orbs flew right by my face, and that's when Loki went nuts and ran straight up to the tree. He began to bark so viciously that my dad came out and yelled at him. Loki was a relaxed dog, so he never acted like that. When my dad finally got him to calm down and come inside, he lectured me, telling me not to get the dog so worked up when we played together. The next incident's kind of funny now looking back at it. Just a year before we moved out of the house and I was 9 years old, the orbs appeared one evening when I was outside making dirt roads for my toy cars. Dad must have wanted me to play outside that day, so he could have some alone time with my mom. When the orbs appeared, they seemed unusually playful in the way they flew around the tree. It was almost like they were taunting me or asking me to follow them. One of them flew right up to my face again. Since Loki was inside this time, I decided to play along and follow the orb around the tree. It then flew off the side of the house, a narrow space between the fence and my parents' bedroom. While chasing the orb, it flew right by my parents' window before stopping and disappearing. That's when I noticed my parents through the window, half undressed and staring at me in shock. After hearing my mother shriek at the top of her lungs, my dad stormed out to scold me like I'd never been scolded before. The orbs only appeared a few more times after that. I ignored them. Still believe that they're some sort of mischievous spirits looking to cause trouble. Is my room haunted? We moved into our new house a year ago, and especially in my room, there are things happening. First instance was when me and my sister shared the room. We both heard the floor creaking many times. It was as if someone was walking right there, but there was no one. Second instance was the tap for the flush in the bathroom that was connected to our room was closed automatically many times. So when we asked our parents about the tap, if they were closing it, they had no idea. At least they told that they never touched the tap. Then third instance was when we heard sounds. Sound of things falling like it fell in the room, but nothing fell at all. Sound of phones vibrating, but no phone was actually vibrating. And the feeling of somebody being there in the room when I'm all alone. Sometimes a static sound is heard right near the ear out of nowhere. And there were times when things went missing from their original place and were again found where it should have been originally. So after these incidents, we called a priest. We let him bless our house and everything stopped. So we went on a trip, and after returning, everything started again. So this time, I prayed over the room, and I do pray regularly. So for now, everything's silent. I don't know what this is, but if somebody knows, tell me. Before anybody asks, no, me and my sister are not on any medication. We're mentally fine. No history of any mental conditions. Way to brag. What I heard while camping. This happened 2 years ago, during late August of 2020. Me and a good friend of mine, we're going to call him Sam, we're going on a 2-day, 1-night camping trip. This was deep in the Sierra Nevada mountains of Northern California, 40 miles north of Yosemite. We were scouting deer ahead of the season. We parked on the side of a 2-way highway, which was about 7,000 feet in elevation. Started walking straight up the mountain. We'd come upon a clear, flat meadow, and we decided it was a good place to camp. Once we set up camp, we climbed up about 9,000 feet. Came upon another meadow. We will call this the Upper Meadow. This had the most beautiful views I've ever seen in the Sierra Nevadas. And at this point, I was tired, and Sam wanted to explore the rest of the Upper Meadow. And I want to say it was about 350, 400 yards long. The grass was about waist high. We had bought a small little camping chair that fits into one of our packs. Sam wanted to explore. I wanted to sit and see the view and eat a snack. So we decided to split up. It was about 15 minutes later when I got this weird feeling. It wasn't necessarily a scared feeling, but more than putting me on edge, it felt like something was watching us. So I decided to get up to try and find Sam and reconnect. It took me 6 whole minutes to find him, which didn't make any sense. It was a fairly long meadow, but 6 minutes just felt too long. Something was just off about this meadow. While writing this, Sam and I both just got the goosebumps looking back at that moment, and for some reason we can't remember how, but eventually we met back up and went to the top of the mountain. At this point, we decided to go to the top of the mountain and looked around, then decided to go back down. Once we had gotten back to camp, we decided to eat dinner and go to sleep around 9:30. This is where it gets interesting. Once we had gone to bed, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Animal sounds here and there, but after around 45 minutes, we had both fallen asleep. It wasn't until, thinking 12:30 a.m., that I woke up to the sound of what I thought was a branch getting smacked against the tree. This went on for a while, but it was coming from all around. As I was laying in my sleeping bag, I listened to this, and it suddenly stopped. Now, one thing I forgot is where we set up camp. It was next to the edge of a straight climb up a mountain. The reason I say this is that I heard and felt a sound kind of running, but the thud of its footsteps sounded heavy, like really heavy. The only thing I could think of during this time was, what the fuck is going on out there? I just couldn't move. I could hear this thing running until it suddenly stopped. Then I heard it again. When I heard it run, it almost sounded like it was on two legs. This happened 4 or 5 times. Then it all stopped for good. The next morning, I woke up to see if I could find anything that happened during the night, but found nothing. It was the strangest thing. Sam didn't hear anything, so he didn't believe me at the time, but now looking back, he feels differently. I don't know what to make of this whole situation. Writing this made my blood run cold. Ever since then, I've had so many questions and no answers. I'd love feedback from all of you. I think I might be haunted. How do I go about it? I'm young, still in my teenage years. I live with my parents and a younger brother. I have little experience with the paranormal, especially since I've always been more on the skeptic side. I don't know much about spirits or the afterlife, though I believe I've come to find myself living with one. It started about a year ago, at my best friend's house. We wound up incredibly bored and found ourselves making a very good decision. Oh yes, genius level at that. We played with her Ouija board. That night I supposedly, and I'm iffy with my belief in the Ouija, so supposedly spoke to 4 different ghosts. 2 male children, a young adult, and an older senior male, all of which had names. That night I slept terribly. Ever since then, I've had issues with insomnia. I think I've opened something. Ever since that night, I've been noticing more activity in my home, especially in my basement. That's where my bedroom is. I wake up frequently due to overwhelming feelings of being stared at. I see faint white or black outlines floating in and out of my bedroom. I see things being moved. I don't know why it likes to mess with and toss all my stuff. My phone was pushed off the counter and shattered. My headphone had been hit and spun. Stacks of boxes have fallen over. My computer mouse keeps clicking. Some nights the air feels heavier and my energy drains as soon as I enter the room. It flickers my lamp that I use for reading and schoolwork. I've replaced the light bulb multiple times and I don't have any other explanation for what could be causing these things. I've seen it once or twice. A faint apparition of a small child. A girl. Maybe around 12 or 13. Quite tall. Doesn't quite have a face, but I can tell that it feels sorrowful. The atmosphere is chilling and I feel this sense of grief and tragedy. I don't think it means any harm, but it scares me. Scares me a lot. I don't know how to get rid of it, and I want to force it away. I don't want to be mean to it out of fear for my own well-being. I sleep with the Bible. I don't have incense or sage. I don't know where I could find these things. My mother's friends with a medium. Good person to ask. We've sort of talked, my mother being the middleman and sending messages. She says it could be a relative of some sort. Perhaps one that had passed away before and hasn't quite crossed over yet. That's about all the information I have, as my mother would probably rather believe that I'm hallucinating over anything else. So I'm sitting here at 3:31, typing up text to post on Reddit, anxious and irritated by my failed attempts at sleep. I'm terrified. I don't know how to deal with this. Saw my grandmother after her death. I'm from India, and I experienced this about 2 years ago when my grandmother died. My grandmother used to live in my family village, which is about 400 kilometers from my city. We got the news of her death in the afternoon. We were shocked and started packing as we had to leave within an hour. My cousin's family met us in the halfway, and we started our journey together. It was a 6-hour-long drive. We reached our village at around 11 or 12 p.m. My grandmother's body was resting at the entrance of her house, covered in a white blanket. It was a heartbreaking moment for us. Everyone from our village was at our house mourning at the death of my grandmother and planning about her final rituals. It was 2 p.m. Me and my cousin's brothers were tired, so the elders suggested us to take a nap. Since there's no place left for us to sleep, we decided to sleep right next to her grandmother's body. I was not at all scared by sleeping this close to my grandmother's dead body. Instead, I felt a feeling of peace and love around her. I fell asleep and I saw a dream of my grandmother, which made me feel so happy and kind of also scared. In the dream, I saw my grandmother waking up next to me and everyone was confused. She started saying in a joyful and happy voice that she's very happy to see that all of her children and family had come to meet her in the final moments of her life. Then she hugged me and my brothers before laying back to rest forever, and then I woke up. Tell me, guys, what do you think? Was it just a dream I had because of emotional breakdown, or my grandmother communicated me in the last time before leaving this world? Sorry for making a long post. Just wanted you guys to tell my experience in full detail. Shadows in reflection of TV screen. One night I saw movement in the reflection of the television. I was about 15 years old back in 2010. What I saw was a blob-like black mass that was formless, sort of like a cloud, just jittering in the reflection of the TV screen. I saw it take humanoid shape and crawl on the ceiling in the reflection of the screen. Moments after processing every possible logical explanation instantaneously, and remembering other family members experienced something creepy, I concluded that it must be paranormal. So I prayed for protection, and seconds later a voice spoke into my right ear saying, "Are you afraid of me?" It made me jump out of my bed and flee the room. Months, if not a little over a year, my youngest sister was maybe 6 or 7 years old at the time. My room had no door, and she often played with her other sister, or by herself if she decided to enter my room without my permission. Had my television off, and she was playing by herself. I was on the other side of the house. I heard a screech, thinking my baby sister got hurt. I came running to the rescue. Her entire face was red. She had tears and snot everywhere. She explained she saw a dark figure of a definitive woman, as if she was from The Ring. Always hated that TV. These events were correlation to the fact that a loved one was using a Ouija board. I've seen shadow beings in the corners of my eye. I seen red eyes for a split second. I've seen these creepy things occasionally. One time I was using the restroom and didn't lock the door. A shadow being with red eyes actually opened the door, slightly peeking in, and then closed it. The good news is that when I prayed that the Ouija board to be thrown out, it was thrown out. God answered that prayer. Obviously, he knew it was a door that was spiritually, dangerous for me. Although I never played with it. I got no beans with God, but perhaps, I don't know if they deserve a thanking if they bought the Ouija board and then threw it out, but you catch my drift. A hooded man stands near my boyfriend's grandma while she was sleeping, and she went to the hospital. Well, I was sleeping pretty tight, and I think it was something like 2 or 3 p.m. You know, when inside your house is totally dark. That would be the a.m. But not that pitch black darkness, more like a bluish darkness. Anyway, I was sleeping like a rock. Trust me, because I woke up all of a sudden without any sound waking me up. The door of his room was opened. He was clearly see the short corridor, part of the living room. And then I looked to the living room to see that something quite tall, 100% black and wearing something like a coat, was standing near his grandma feet, and I paralyzed. I stared to the entity for about a minute or two. I wasn't even bothered that I was looking to it. I looked to my boyfriend's bed, but he was asleep, and I wanted so bad to wake him so badly. But I was scared if the thing maybe would come to me. I thought maybe if I stand up or stick my leg pretty close to his body, it'll wake him up. But I was afraid the entity would look my way. So I tried pressing my eyes to see if it was maybe hallucination. Well, who knows? The things didn't even disappear for a second or two, standing there like a real person. So creepy. After deciding that I couldn't do anything about it, I just closed my eyes, my heart pounding on my chest so fast that I thought for a second I would pass out and went back to sleep. Gotta put that back in there. In the chest. In the morning, I heard from my mother-in-law that his grandma wasn't feeling well, had to go to the hospital. I can't say how freaked out I was, but I didn't told her, 'cause she's skeptic as fuck. But I told my boyfriend what happened, and from that day on, I've always been afraid to wake up in the middle of the night and see something until last night when, well, I can tell you all later if you want to. Why not? Black figure staring at me during the night. A couple of years ago, I was trying to fall asleep at night. I was laying in bed when I saw a little black figure staring at me. I shared the room with my sister, and our beds were parallel to each other. At the corner of her bed was a black figure. It was super dark, and I couldn't make out much, but I could feel it staring at me. Here's the thing. I have a black cat. He normally sleeps with me at night. My first thought was that it was him. Really didn't think much of it. I didn't look at it too hard. I just saw a little black blob. I just continued to try and fall asleep, but I couldn't. I was just laying there for a bit. Half an hour passes, he's still there. I simply think it's the cat. More time passes, and it moves to a chair at the end of my sister's bed. At this point, I think I'll just go get the cat to come sleep with me since he's just sitting there. So I get up towards it and the thing just dissipates. I don't know how else to explain it. It just moved off as I approached it, and all of a sudden it was gone. I was so confused, but even more confused when I looked back to my bed and it turns out my cat had been sleeping next to me the entire time. My sheets were black and gray, so I honestly hadn't seen him till I got up and turned back to my bed. It was so strange, and I got such an unsettling feeling that this thing was just staring at me for about an hour. I couldn't make out any features. I honestly can't explain it, but I just knew it was staring at me. I could feel it. It was also very small, about the size of a cat. I wasn't unsettled when it was just sitting there, as I thought it was the cat. I thought it was sleep paralysis, but I could move, and I just couldn't manage to fall asleep. I was just laying there for about an hour trying to sleep, and once I realized it wasn't the cat, I was so overcome by fear I just wanted to cry and run into my parents' room and sleep in their bed. I was honestly too afraid to walk into their room. I had been spooked at this point. It never occurred again, though. Told my parents about it, and my dad, who is a very religious person, then placed the Bible in our room, open to a certain page. It's been years, and so far, that's the only paranormal experience that has ever happened to me. Nothing similar has ever occurred. It was just that one time. I have a hard time falling asleep in general, so it really wasn't strange for me to just be laying there trying to sleep for an hour. But I keep wondering if it was some time or type of thing like sleep paralysis, and that's why I couldn't sleep. Did I get abducted last year? So I tend to dream quite frequently about random things that have happened that week before and things I've been thinking about before bed, like anyone else. My dreams are always so vivid when I do have them. I can always remember the location and how I was feeling so vividly when I wake up, and I always tend to remember my dreams from start to finish. I'm quite a heavy sleeper, but noise in a close proximity, like alerts and alarms on my phone, seem to wake me up straight away. I'm always up by the first tone of my first alarm. Last year, however, I experienced a dream that I will honestly never forget for the rest of my life. It started like this. I started off in my bedroom at my dad's house. This was where I was currently asleep on my bed. I was scrolling through my phone or something, usual stuff. It was really dark outside in the dream, and I remember thinking I should definitely go to bed soon so I wake up for work in the morning. I got bored of scrolling, was just about to get under the covers and get comfy like I usually do. But I had a really bad feeling. All the hairs in my neck started to stand up. I remember thinking, whatever you do, do not look out of your bedroom window. But, obviously, curiosity got the better of me. Even though I somehow knew something really bad or evil was present outside, I just had to. At this point, I didn't even feel like I was in control, like I didn't want to open the curtains 1 inch. But me in the dream opened the curtains a slither. I could see 2 really tall, completely black figures. Like when kids draw stick people, or like the Slender Man, just for an image. I had a cold sensation, like when you have an operation and an anesthetic travels up your arm in waves, and a cold liquid type of a chill. All that through my body, and it started from what felt like my brain, all the way through to my toes. As quick as it was, I'll never forget that feeling whilst looking at the 2 tall black looming figures a couple of gardens back at my window. Now usually this wouldn't alarm anyone. Weird dreams happen all the time. Could have easily been a nightmare, something lingering in my subconscious. But here's the part that even to this day I can't for the life of me get in my head. As soon as the cold sensation ran through my body, I jolted so hard. I remember how much my body leapt from the mattress, and I realized I was awake. I was still drowsy, that kind of half-asleep, half-awake business. Until my hearing suddenly seemed to just click into action. I realized my phone was ringing as loud as the volume would go, and I could see my boss was ringing me. Confused in my dazed state, I answered the phone as quickly as I could and put on my best "I'm definitely awake" voice. Hello. Are you going to join us today or let us know where you even are? My boss was so angry he sounded like he was seething. This confused me even more, and before he could even say another word, I took my phone away from my ear to check the time. It was 11:45 a.m., and I start work at 9, and I wake up at 7:30 every morning. Shit, I replied. I'm so sorry, I don't know how this happened. I'm getting dressed and coming in right now. I'll be there in 30 minutes tops. When I ended that call, I couldn't move. My body was squirming with discomfort, like I had been touched against my will. I felt sick to the bottom of my stomach and was stuck to the bed in sheer terror and panic. All of my alarms had gone off. My mom had called me 6 times, my boyfriend around 4. How have I lost nearly 4 hours? And how I didn't wake up to my alarms? And why did I feel cold all over for around an hour after I woke up? Now I know there are perfectly logical explanations to this. could have just needed more hours of sleep that night. Just fell into the deepest sleep I've ever been in, not responding to my phone, which I'd place underneath my pillow every night. I wouldn't put it there. Bad for you. The phone, whose alarm wakes me up every morning before and since this incident. Nothing like this has ever happened since. I haven't seen the figures in my dreams again, nor have I slept through alarms or lost hours. But let me tell you, I'll never forget what I saw out my window that night, and I will never forget the feeling I had after realizing how much time I had lost. I'd be very interested to find out if anybody else has ever experienced anything like this. Sorta. I'm certain there are other things living with me in my apartment building. This isn't just one experience. It's a handful of experiences, so feel free to tell me if I'm using the wrong flair here. Flair. I didn't think this would be considered a quote-unquote haunting because it's not just one thing. It's not really centered around me. So I live in a 2-story apartment building on the 2nd story with my mom and her cat. I've lived here for over 5 years. I'm 18 now. I've got a handful of experiences that I've had here because of that. I've always known that there have been things that live here with me, and I've never really been scared of it. I can tell that whatever lives with me isn't really, out to cause me or my family any harm. Just probably trying to live beside us in harmony. It's also totally possible that they don't even realize we're here. That being said, when one of my best friend's boyfriend visited my apartment, they immediately said, "Oh, this place is haunted." I replied, "Yeah, I know." One of the experiences that terrified me the most was when I was 13 and Snapchatting a friend late at night. And one of my pictures was an incredibly detailed but semi-transparent face right next to mine. This was way back before Snapchat introduced filters and facial detection. This was also before memories. So when I saved this picture, it only saved into my iPod Touch's photos, not online. Two of my biggest regrets are that I saved it instead of screenshotting the photo, because when I saved it, the quality was so bad that you couldn't really see the face at all. Didn't have that picture anymore. I really wish I still had that picture. Try to find it if I can, though. Since then, it's been easy to sweep this memory into the category of loose childhood memories that I'm not quite sure happened. I can remember this moment so clearly, though. I remember how terrified I was. I couldn't sleep after that. And that was the biggest experience I had, but I don't really go looking for them. A more recent thing that still continues to this day, somewhat periodically, are the footsteps. I'll hear footsteps above me, stomping around in the middle of the night. Remember that I live on the top floor of the building, and every time our apartment does roof work, it's during the day, so not to wake anyone up. And they warn us at least a few days ahead of time. It's not as frequent anymore, but a year or two ago it got to the point where I was hearing them every night for a few minutes at a time. And it always happened all around the same exact time, 11 to midnight-ish. Similarly, the most frequent thing is the noises from next door. It's a very normal thing for us to hear banging and loud voices from the other side of the wall when we go to the bathroom. And it always startles my friend the first time they visit. That's not that unusual by itself, since it's an apartment building, but you always hear the other people stomping around. And the odd thing is that I've been hearing a baby crying on the other side of the wall since we moved in 5 years ago. The same baby. Really sounds like it. Plus, I've never ever seen the people in that apartment actually leave their apartment in the 5 years I've been here. That one is a lot easier to write off because it could simply be that they have a lot of babies and they just don't really leave. Another thing you can come up with an explanation of your own for, is that our fire alarm goes off all the time in the middle of the night, and our building is literally known for that. They've never caught anybody who may be at fault for this. I'm pretty certain they've changed their system several times to prevent this from happening, and it just doesn't work. Finally, possibly the most damning experiences I've had are the children in the hall. Just as it's normal for you to be able to hear your apartment neighbors yelling next door, pretty much certain that you're going to hear kids laughing and running through the halls. The apartment managers often send out notices to please try and contain your kids because they get noise complaints consistently. The problem with this is that I've literally never seen these kids. They run through the halls pretty much every day, and it's been like that for the past 5 years. But whatever, I've just tried to look for them, and I can't see them. My mom is one of those people who try to complain as well. Those in italic. The first few hundred times this happened, she stepped out to ask the kids to be quieter, but she's never been able to even find them. This might seem like easily explainable things, and I get that. I don't currently have any proof because these things happen either very quickly or gradually over time, but I'll definitely try and get some. Now that there are things living here with me, I can feel them. I don't really want to bother them when they're living peacefully beside me and have never caused me any harm, but I'm very cautious about trying to summon spirits or disturbing them, but I'm open to suggestions. I don't suggest trying to summon spirits or disturbing them. So good so far. A banyan tree. Ganesan, a 60-year-old man from Andhra Pradesh, is the protagonist of this story. The year was 92. He was 30 years old back then. He owned a teak grove, which was his main source of income. The grove had over 300 teak trees, with one banyan tree planted in the middle. It was located in close proximity to his house. This grove was his ancestral property, and he revered it, so it was established by his father himself. He used to guard the grove all by himself, and as there were a lot of wood thieves during those times, he used to spend most of the time inside that grove guarding it. One day when he went to the toilet outside his house at around 3 a.m., he saw fire amidst the grove. Thinking that somebody was intentionally trying to set his grove on fire, he rushed into the grove making a lot of noise. He followed the light, which led him to the banyan tree in the middle of the grove. He was shouting, "Hey, get the hell out of my grove or else!" He stopped shouting as soon as he had heard the view of that fire. He was shell-shocked to see a figure that resembled to be a man burning. He ran toward that man to help him, but as he neared, he saw that the man was not even flinching in spite of the heat of the flames. That man slowly went behind the banyan tree, and when Ganesan followed him to know what was happening, he was nowhere to be found. Startled by what he had seen, he stood there for a while blank-minded. When he felt the heat of the fire in his wrist, he came back to his senses. Sensing something was wrong, he decided to leave the grove as soon as possible and started to walk back. While walking back, he saw someone on that tree in his periphery. When he turned, he saw that burning figure hanging from the tree. He was scared to death by the scene and ran back to his house in fear. With a lot of questions clogging his mind, he did not sleep for the rest of the night. The next morning, he explained what had happened the previous night to his friends and took them into the grove along with him. Everything looked normal, with a few burnt leaves near the banyan tree being the only exception. Showed them to his friends, he told them that some thief might have burnt them for heat. They suggested appointing a separate night watchman, which he agreed. The next night, he was woken up at around 2 a.m. by knocks on the house door. When he opened it to see who it was, he saw the weeping face of his watchman. When he asked what was wrong, he said, "Did I wrong you in any way?" Why did you put me in the guard of those wretched trees? I saw 4 men burning there. I went to help them, but I was wrong. Those are not humans. Those are something else. Gana-san asked him to calm down, and they reluctantly walked into the grove again to see what was causing all of this. As they neared the banyan tree, Gana-san saw a man performing some ritual near that tree. He was surrounded by 3 burning figures. When he asked the watchman, "You told me there were 4 figures, but I only see 3. Are you sure there were 4? He got no answer. When he turned to see why the watchman was not speaking up, he saw his face turn pale. The watchman seemed to be frozen with fear, looking at something near him. When he turned to see what was looking, he just saw another burning figure staring at him. Its one eye was gouged out. Its body seemed to be completely burnt. They were so scared that despite their attempts to shout, their voice never came out of their throats. That figure slowly moved near the other 3 figures. They rushed out of that grove without turning back to save their lives. After sending the watchman back to his house, Gana-san went back to his house and slept. He was woken up by the wailing of the watchman's family. They were blaming and cursing him. When he asked the reason for their bad behavior, they told him that the watchman had hung himself from the banyan tree in his grove and died. Gana-san had a feeling of guilt for the death of his watchman. He felt that the watchman died only because of him taking the ladder into the grove again. He gave a ransom to the watchman's family and informed his dad about the things that were happening in the grove. His father yelled at him for not informing him earlier, went to the village leader's house. He explained everything to him and told his dad, and this is what he said. "All of us will go to your grove tonight. Let us see what is happening there." Gana-san, along with the village elders, camped inside the grove that night. There seemed to be no unusual occurrences until one of the elders complained of a sudden burning sensation in his hand. The others told him that it could be because of a honeybee sting. But a section of the hand which he complained of started to show second-degree burns. It looked as if a man wearing hot iron gloves had held his. He was taken home by a few of the elders, and his condition was seeming to worsen. Later, Gana-san's father had a similar burn on his arm. They weren't really sure about what was causing these burns. The elders were dismayed by what they were seeing, and the clock struck 2 a.m. When Gana-san turned toward the tree, he saw the black magician he had seen the previous night. He stood near the tree with the 4 burning figures. He screamed in fear, which made the villagers turn toward him. When they saw the magician, they rushed toward him to beat him up, thinking that he was the cause of all the happenings. In the groove. They've been writing groove every time. I'm assuming it's grove. Slightly funny to read when you read it groove, though. Sticking with grove. But as they got closer, they saw those figures themselves and stood frozen in fear. He told them that the thieves from their neighboring village hid their loot in that tree. They had died in an accident, and these 4 figures are their spirits, he added. When the elders asked him what should be done to free the grove from these spirits, he told them that the tree should be cut and burnt. He also said that the tree can only be cut only after a week, as a few rituals were supposed to be done on it. He warned them that during the forthcoming week, those figures could kill people from their village, and that they should stay watchful. During that week, as he warned, over 12 villagers had hung themselves from that tree and died. The list included a 6-year-old girl, a pregnant woman, and an elderly woman in her 60s. And those people didn't have any driving factor, and the cause for their decision still remains a mystery. On the first day of the very next week, the elders, along with the black magician, headed to Gana-san's grove to cut that banyan tree. They proceeded to cut the tree after getting Gana-san's approval, who, despite being reluctant at first because of the emotional value that tree had, decided to let him cut it for the greater good. While cutting it, the elders heard a sound that resembled the wailing of a crowd of people. Told the black magician about it. He told them to continue without heeding much attention. They cut that tree together and burnt it. They were happy that no one else was harmed and continued with their daily routines. Everything seemed to be normal in that village for a week, after which everyone who cut that tree hung themselves to death on the same day and time. The people who died, including Ganasan's father, as well as the black magician. These people were financially settled and had no reason to kill themselves. The cause of their death still remains a mystery. As days passed, the villagers started seeing their harvest catch on fire all on its own, right in front of their eyes. They started hearing the cries of people on the streets during the night. They tried seeking the help of almost all the priests in and around the village, but they seemed to be of no use. These occurrences eventually stopped on their own, and Gana-san says that they don't know even now what caused all that ruckus, and how it stopped on its own. Ruckus is one word you could describe that situation with, I suppose. Eerie Encounters, an Unknown Curse. Shasha, a software developer aged 25, is the protagonist of the story. Born in India and brought up in Singapore, Shasha had been a constant topper, and this had led to her peers getting jealous of her. Open to her liking, she was forced to come back to her birth nation because of the demise of her maternal grandfather. Seeing the mental state of her grandmother after her husband's death, Shasha's mother decided to settle back in India. Like any typical unmarried Indian, Shasha lived with her parents while she searched for a job. She got lucky enough to land a good job within the first month of her search. Her office was a commutable distance from her home. Her life was going peacefully until this event occurred. Although her initial days in India were worry-free, eventually she started noticing her family members becoming sick often. She didn't heed much attention as it started with a common fever, but with time things started to get a lot more serious. Her mother started complaining of severe stomachache, but despite multiple appointments with the best doctors in the town and prescribed scans, the cause of her ailment was never found. It was not just her mother, but her father had similar ailment as well. But for him, it was his head instead of his stomach that had constantly terrible aches. Imagine a 3 BHK condo, 3 BHK, where 2 bedrooms are almost always filled with your sick parents. This was Sasha's reality, or Shasha's, excuse me. Surprisingly, when she left for another city with her parents to attend a close friend's wedding, her parents' ailment disappeared magically, only for it to return when they returned home. But this time, she started having issues with her vision, which caused blind spots in her periphery. She was barely surprised when even the best ophthalmologist in the city couldn't figure out the cause. Despite her ailments, she continued to work, as that was the only thing that gave her relief from the sorrows. One day after finishing her work, she left back home. She left her notice by 5 p.m., and the next moment she saw her watch, it was 10 p.m. Did she magically teleport herself from the office, or was her body being controlled by something else? When she returned back home, her parents asked her the reason for turning up so late. FYI, for most Indian households, 10 p.m. is quite late. So when Shasha tried explained, she just blacked out again for a few minutes. And when she came back to her senses, she saw her mom in a stunned state. When she asked what happened, she replied, "Why do you speak like a guy now?" Shasha thought her mother was pulling her leg and went into her room to sleep. But with time, she started having these blackout episodes quite often. This dented her reputation in her office, as she didn't know what did these during these episodes, or rather what she did, I think. Similar to her mom, her colleagues and friends complained of her speaking like a man and acting strange sporadically. With time, the frequency of her episodes skyrocketed, which caused her job, or perhaps costed her the job. This, in turn, led Shasha deep into a depression, giving her suicidal thoughts. With her parents suffering every day from an unknown ailment and her losing her job, her family eventually became financially weak. She wanted to leave that house immediately, as she felt it was the cause of all the things happening to her life. But her mother didn't even show a remote interest in it. That seems logical. It was the 40th day after her grandfather's demise, and a priest visited her house to perform the 40th day rituals, a ritual done by most Indians. The priest was visibly perplexed when he entered the house, and it became even more evident that he looked at Shasha. The rituals went as planned, but the priest's facial expression never changed. When he was about to leave, he asked Shasha's mom to bring her daughter to the place, as he felt something was wrong with Shasha. Her mother obliged and just brought her to his place, as he had asked. He greeted them, and after performing a few rituals, he went back to their house with them. They were surprised when he asked them about the ailments that they were going through, as they did not say anything about it to him. He led them to a place near the house door, asked them to dig the ground, to which they obliged. During the process, they found 3 clay dolls. The dolls had blood on them, and they had pins pierced through them. One had a pin on its stomach region, the other on its head, and finally the last one on its eye. This instantly made them understand the cause of their sufferings. The priest burnt those dolls and told them that they had to perform a few rituals for 48 days. He also told Shasha that she was possessed by the spirit which was cast upon their family, warned her, saying that you might die if we try exorcising you, but even if we don't do it, the spirit will kill you. Brutal. She and her family decided to take the risk, proceed with the exorcism. Unlike in movies, no spirit came out of her body during the process, but she stopped having those episodes after it. Day after day, the family's sufferings reduced and completely disappeared by the 48th day. This story is a first-hand account of Shasha, who, along with her family, moved back to Singapore, who lived there happily. She's a married woman now and recently blessed with twins. She says that she's not sure even now about the identity of the person who used black magic on her family. But I wish that karma shows up on that moron. A Psychic's Encounter. Zorin, name changed, a well-established lawyer from Malaysia, is the protagonist of this story. Zorin is a single mother who tragically lost her husband to an accident after just 5 years of marriage. Because of her love for him, she continues to live alone with her daughter without marrying another person. She is a very strict mother and never compromises on her daughter's score, a characteristic of which her daughter's ranks are solid proof. Zorin claims to have been blessed with psychic powers. She claims that she can see spirits and demons and commune with them. She also claims to have used these powers to solve multiple tough-to-crack cases. Although these powers have helped me in my many instances, they have given me a lot of sleepless nights and mental scars, she adds. One day, Zorin's daughter's best friend named Gayatri, Gayatri went missing after school. A legal complaint was lodged by her parents, but despite the police officers trying their best, there were no clues about the missing girl for over 10 days. Her parents sought Zorin's help and requested her to take up the case, to which she obliged. Zorin was trying her best to figure out what had happened to the kid when she came across reports of a foul smell that resembled decaying meat getting emitted from a local department store. She reached out to the police, asking them to check what was causing this foul emission. The police, after investigating, figured out that the smell was coming from the cooling ducts of the store, and on further investigations, they found the missing child's lifeless body inside the duct. The case was already a nationwide sensation. The police proceeded to arrest the store owner. But this case was not that straightforward. Records stated that the owner was not inside the country for the previous couple of weeks, the time period during which the kid went missing. That sucks for that guy. Zoran, after seeking special permission from the police authorities, proceeded to investigate the detained owner, who constantly pleaded innocence and told her that he was not aware of how the corpse ended up inside the store. Despite tracing multiple loose ends, the investigation always ended in nothingness. Frustrated with her incompetence, Zoran filed a petition in court, seeking permission to witness the post-mortem procedures on the kid's corpse. He wanted to do this in person in hopes of a solution to the case. The court accepted her petition and granted her the permission that she had requested for. The procedures took place on the very next day, and Zoran had a really hard time trying to control her tears while looking at the kid's body getting eviscerated. After all, this kid was her daughter's best friend. The body had a whole lot of deep, disturbing scars, and the doctor who performed the procedures speculated that the girl was brutally tortured and raped for at least 3 days before her death. Once the procedures were completed, Zoran was able to hear faint whispers of a young girl. She anxiously looked around to see who was there, but there was no young girl nearby. Thinking it was her mind playing tricks on her, a depressed Zoran went back to her home. That night she went to sleep earlier than usual, only to be woken up by the same whispers again. When she opened her eyes, she saw Garithri's enraged spirit staring at her. Petrified at the sight, she just tried speaking to the specter. With every question she asked, Garithri's spirit came closer to Zoran, staying mum. Her whispers gradually changed into wailing. Although terrified, Zoran was persistent in her questioning and never stopped her questions. Her attempts did not go in vain, as the spirit finally gave her the answer she was seeking for. Zoran says that Garithri's spirit told her that I got a call from my boyfriend's number. When I answered it, I heard the voice of his friend instead. He told me that my boyfriend met with an accident, and he wanted to see me. He told me he would pick me up that evening and take me to the hospital. Extremely worried by what I heard, I grew gullible and agreed. He came in a car and picked me up as we planned, and my worries slowly turned into fear as the car went into a shady road. The car stopped near a warehouse, and when I refused to get down, 2 other guys came out of nowhere and pulled me into the warehouse forcefully. They tied me up and brutally raped me till I died. The spirit had apparently let Zoran know their identities in the warehouse where she was abducted. When asked about how her body ended up in the store, the spirit said, "One of the guys who raped me works in that store." Despite multiple attempts, the officers never believed in Zoran's claims. Asked her to meet a good psychiatrist, thinking that she was mentally ill. But Zoran did not give up, and with the help of her friend who worked in forensics, she gathered DNA evidence against those 3 bastards. Good. She presented a report that the police officials couldn't reject, and finally, those bastards were arrested and put behind bars. I did not reveal Zoran's real name, as she's still a practicing lawyer. Asked her identity to be kept a secret. The story's hard to believe, but the records of this incident excluding the commune with the spirit are officially recorded. Listening to this incident changed my opinion on ghosts. Maybe all specters are not bad. The story was a little bit brutal, but thanks for listening, guys. See ya. Join us at Paranormal M, where thrilling mysteries and chilling stories come alive. Subscribe now and turn on notifications to stay updated on our latest episodes. Let's explore the unknown together. My Ouija board story. So, a few years back, me and my best friend wanted to try out a Ouija board. So I made one up and we decided that we would try it in the graveyard at night. We knew a pretty cool graveyard to try it in. It's a massive one that's locked up pretty tight at night. Misty Fern Ghost Story. When I was in middle school, I lived in a neighborhood with brick bungalows. One summer day, I was reading in her upstairs. That's when I heard a bit of a blast. I didn't really think much of it, as it was pretty indistinct. Home alone, the phone rang. Yes, this was before cell phones. I went down to the first floor to answer our kitchen phone. It was a family friend calling to say they'd heard on their police scanner that there was a gun fired at the address next to my house. During the call, I can hear sirens. And once I hung up, I went out onto my front porch to see what was going on. Outside, one of my neighbors is screaming, "She did it! Oh my God, she did it!" And they were also screaming as some of the emergency responders held her and they tried to calm her down. Her DIL had taken a shotgun, killed herself at the top of the stairs on the top floor. Apparently, her husband had cheated on her once again. He owned a bar and met women all the time. And they'd lived there a bit longer until he decided he was going to take his mom, the lady screaming, to a warmer climate. Haunting. A new family moved into the house with 2 daughters. One of the daughters was my age and we became quite close. She and her sister slept in the top floor area of their bungalow. It was one long room with a private bathroom and enormous closets. While in high school, a big group of us were going to a school dance together, carpooling. As we were pulling away from our houses, my friend remembered that she forgot the ID she needed to get into the dance. As she was lodged into the back of the car and I was more toward the front, I volunteered to go into the house to go get it. She handed me her house key and I said it was up on her bedside table. I went into the side. The house was dark, so I flicked on the light that turned on the front of the house interior lights. No one else was home. Her parents were out for the night and her sister was away on a business trip. I went to the stairs to the bedroom. It was cold, but I figured, they turn their heat down, at least when they go out. I then walked quickly the length of their bedroom and grabbed her ID. That's when I felt like, crap, there's something not right. So I turned and there was my former neighbor, the one who killed herself standing not too far from me. To say I was freaked out is an understatement. But she was friendly and smiled and gave me a wave. So I remember blurting out, "Hi, Fern, nice to see you again." I ran out of there so fast that by the time I got to the car, my friend was screaming, "Don't tell me what you saw, don't tell me." That's because she knew I'd seen something she'd experienced regularly. I was literally trembling in my seat and her friends were just trying to console both of us. I felt bad afterward for the ghost. I think she was always a lonely woman. She had no ill intent. I think my uncle is haunting us. Discussion. A bit of a strange one, but last August my uncle died. He was a very kind man, but suffered badly with his health. He had lost a leg due to diabetes and was virtually blind. He was very eccentric and always wanted the latest iPads, laptops, TVs, literally anything that was new in the market. He wanted it. As a family, we were concerned that he was wasting his money because he couldn't really see to use all his new gadgets. But no matter what we said, he told us it's only money and it made him happy. Anyway, one day he called me up and asked if I could set up his new 50-inch TV that he'd just had delivered. I set it up and all was good. But then, a few days later, he rang me. He said he was fed up with it and that I could set up a smaller one for him. I did it for him. He told me that I was to take the 50-inch TV home with me. I told him that, well, we could return it and get a full refund. He wouldn't hear of it, and I was to take it as an early Christmas present. I felt awful, but he was so happy that I now had it. A month later, he got an infection which led to sepsis. He was put into an induced coma, but sadly never woke up. I organized his funeral. All his gadgets that I had bought over the years were sold and the money given to charity, which I think he would have liked. I brought his ashes home with me before we scattered them in his favorite park. 2 months ago, I was sat in the living room watching the TV my uncle had given me. It popped in the kitchen and came back, and about 5 minutes later, and there was a big dent on the screen, like something had been thrown at it. All the kids were at school, there was no one else in the house, TV was ruined. We have since bought a new one, but it turned out that, it turns itself on in the middle of the night at full volume. My last night, my daughter was going to bed and her TV in her room switched itself on. And a number 4 appeared on the screen, like somebody had the remote and was channel surfing. The remote was on the other end of the room. Pictures have randomly been falling from the walls. Do you think my uncle could be haunting us? Wife saw a faceless figure going down the stairs. Roughly an hour ago, my wife and I were talking on her couch. Her seat allows for a peripheral view of one of our seats of the half stairs. It's a tri-story house. As I was saying something, she immediately jumps up and within a few seconds says she saw a kid, not one of our 2, walking down the stairs. And that's what spurred her sudden movement. Where I was sitting is essentially back to the stairs, but I lined up the shot. Even if I had been facing that way, the wall would have blocked it. Details according to her, she tried to recall specifics of something she saw for 2-ish seconds. At the moment of realization of the figure, she felt a blanket was placed on her, attempting to tell her, no, this is just your son, don't worry. But her internal instinct piped up and told her not to let this thing get behind her. Ironically, if that was its goal, I would have certainly seen it, if I am in fact capable of such things. I was lanky, possibly 2D, but almost spindly like a spider. Excuse me, it was lanky, not I, with knee joints resembling that of a spider. It had clothes on, unsure of exactly what, but it was wearing something. She saw it move, hand on the banister. The leg movement was similar to how her youngest kiddo comes down the stairs. Just a bit more overreaching, like it had to force itself to do so. Its face was almost purely white and had absolutely no facial features. She tried to rationalize it immediately and failed to do so. Since I did not see it, I'm forced to look at the conditions and do my best to reconcile it in my head. Mostly, I can get some sleep tonight. The lighting wasn't terrible on the stairs. There's 8 stairs, and at the top we have a night light wall outlet. She said it was on the 3rd from the top, stepping down the 4th from the top. The downstairs light illuminates it fairly well. I cannot chalk this up to the dark corridors hallucination that I have experienced in the past. Does anyone really have any experience with such things? I'm at a total loss. And it should be noted my wife appears to be very prone to paranormal encounters and experiences. I myself have not experienced one thing that I couldn't at least chalk up to weird timing or possibly my brain just playing a small trick on me. I certainly believe my wife, but I don't share the experiences that she has had. I watched a man disappear behind a tree. Okay, so when I was about, I think 7 or 8 years old, I was at my grandma's old house. I was outside playing the front yard with my cousin, who was just a few years older than me. 10, 11, something like that. So we're out in the front, and something catches our eye at the same time, almost as if something subconsciously told us to look. We both look over toward the street, where there's like a few large trees lining the street, one of which has a man standing next to it. And the very moment we look, he turns and walks behind the tree. It all happened so fast, it was almost as if he knew that we were going to look before we did. My cousin and I both glare at each other in shock, as if to confirm, "You just seen what I did, right?" But without saying a word, we both darted over to the tree. When we get there, the man's gone. I look up thinking maybe he climbed the tree. I look at the other side of the street, and I thought the only explanation could be that if he maybe ran straight back, keeping in perfect line with the tree so we couldn't see him. He would have had to have been running so fast for us not to spot him while running over to the tree. I just don't see it likely, or I just don't see it likely. I'm 28 now, and still to this day I have no explanation. Me and my cousin have never brought it up again, and because we don't keep in real close contact anymore, it feels kind of weird to contact him today and ask about this strange incident. I'll bring it up to him eventually and see if he remembers. But still, to this day, it bugs me. I have no explanation for it. I told my mom about it, and she mentioned that maybe my cousin had a friend nearby and they played a trick on me. I was like, so he came over for a second just to prank me and then leave, because we've never had any other friends over while I was there. And that still doesn't explain the disappearing act. It was so long ago, it happened so quickly that I don't even remember what the man looked like. I almost want to describe him as wearing a kind of Men in Black outfit. I vaguely remember him wearing sunglasses too. That goes with that outfit. But that could just be my mind implanting memories from movies at this point. I don't know. Ghost or worse encounter. I lived with my cousin and her boyfriend. It's out in a rural area of Melbourne, Victoria in Australia. For 3 months of 2020, during which I had 3 separate encounters with what I'm convinced was a ghost. The house itself was big, spacious, and spread out, with 3 rooms, a long corridor. The house was once a child care center that had been rezoned as a private property. So the corridor had 2 doors that were nailed shut. No curtains or curtain rods, which left the windows exposed all the time. At night, it was absolutely creepy. It was on the main road, so far back from the street and absolutely surrounded by trees and bushes that the streetlights were barely visible. My first encounter was extremely terrifying. Even thinking about it now scares me. I was in bed, a long day at work in the hospital. It was during COVID, extremely stressful. So I went to bed around 9:30 p.m. I remember just waking up in that slow way you sometimes do at night. But it wasn't because I needed to use the toilet or to get a drink. It was because I felt a heavy presence on the end of my bed. I slowly wake up and the presence on my legs felt heavier. I was trying to control my breathing, trying to move my legs, and the heavy presence moved up my body until it felt like something was crouching on my knees and thighs. I tried to pretend to be sleeping because I felt like if the presence knew I was awake, something would happen to me. So I lie as still as I can, I sleep under 3 blankets, all of them wrapped around me, so I felt like I was safe. Until the blankets started slowly being pulled down from around me. I could feel the blankets being dragged back, and the presence shifted until it was on my hips and just above my belly button. I tried to breathe as little as possible as the blankets were dragged off me and the mattress shifted beneath me. It was as if something was kneeling and standing on it. That was when I started to cry, biting my lips so I wouldn't make a noise. As the presence pulled my first blanket off me and started on the second, I genuinely felt like I was just gonna die, or at least be seriously hurt. So I lay there in heart-pounding fright. I think I might have, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but I think I might have just passed out. I remember that feeling of lightheadedness and then nothing. The second encounter I had was once again when I was in bed. I was nowhere near sleep. I had tried to watch a few episodes of Collateral on Netflix, but had given up due to stress about an upcoming uni assignment. I was laying in the dark, half covered by my blankets, when something took hold of my arm. It tugged it out of my blankets, held it up in the air. Once again I froze, pretending to sleep. My arm was perpendicular to my body up in the air. I could feel something heavy kneeling on my mattress next to me. I tried to breathe slowly as whatever it was held my arm in a tight grip. I remember desperately saying Hail Mary and trying to casually move my arm as if sort of shifting in my sleep. And all that happened was the mattress shifted, as if the presence was climbing onto the bed. It dropped my arm and sort of tingled for the rest of the night and felt like I had gone to sleep, or how your elbow feels when you bang your funny bone. I hate that. The last encounter was an early morning one. That's because I remember seeing the sunlight through the gap in my blinds. I started to push my blankets off myself and climb out of the bed. That's when something grabbed my waist, pulled me back down, wrapping what felt like an arm around my waist. I froze, unable to move, and this presence pushed up against me and something pressed up against my ear and whispered, "No." I remember shaking extremely hard as I pulled myself out of bed and basically bolted from the room, smacking into my cousin's boyfriend. He was walking up the hall from their room. Possible babysitter ghost. Backstory. When I started preschool, when I was about 3 or 4, my parents had their old friend Helga and her sister Jeanne, or Jean. Jeanne? Anyhow, they lived with her, and they babysat me. I had afternoon preschool, so my mom would take me over there in the morning. Helga and Jean also babysat my older brother David, who was 5 or 6. Not only that, but the kids and other friends. Deidre and Danielle were fraternal twins, a year older than me, and their older brother Andrew was a year older than David, and, well, we lived in the Midwest. That's where everybody loves baseball, and, well, Helga was the biggest St. Louis Cardinal fan I'd ever met. The first room you see when you enter her house is the living room, which had cardinal red painted walls and the cardinal logo on the wall above her TV. There was a fake cherry tree outside my house. It had cherries, but they were hard and not safe to eat. I don't know why we have it. Anyways, 4 years old, me knew Helga liked red, so when she'd drop me off home, I'd pick a cherry and I'd give it to her. She was nice about it. Her rocking chair was right next to the front door when you walked in, and she was always knitting a rainbow blanket for me. She finally finished it shortly before she died. I don't know why I gave so much backstory. But I remember walking in the front door with my mom, David, Deirdre, or Diedre. I don't know how to say that. Deidre, Danielle, and Andrew weren't in preschool at this point, so It was just supposed to be me, Helga, and Jean, until Helga drove me there. I walked in first in front of my mom, and I just looked left, and Helga was sitting in a rocking chair asleep. Or I thought she was asleep. It didn't look comfortable, but Jean was sitting on the couch watching something on TV, so I took it upon myself to wake her up. "Hi, Helga. Wake up, it's morning." Helga always let me nap in her room before I had to go to preschool. Sort of let us just snack on honey buns. She'd take all of us to the road ranger for pancakes in her red van sometimes. When we got to the mail, she would choose someone to run and get it, and when we came back, she'd pretend to forget to shut the doors for a few seconds, which was hilarious and incredible to 5 little kids. I remembered all of this while I was trying to shake her awake. My mom and Jean realized before I did, but I was crying before I knew why. Helga's skin was wrinkly, but still kind of warm. She had her cardinal baseball cap on, and she looked normal. But still. She had a heart attack in a rocking chair while asleep, and that was that. I remember my mom ushered me into the driveway, and police came eventually. I remember asking them to come back in many times to say goodbye. I don't remember the goodbye, but I remember running back into the driveway in tears. A few years after that, I still remembered Helga and the itchy blanket she spent so long knitting me. I didn't have many friends, and my parents divorced when I was 5. I was a sad kid, and I think it was Veterans Day when my dad took Grandma, David, and I to see our papa's grave. Before we came home, we also went to go see Helga's grave. Talked to her for a bit, but didn't feel much better. When my dad pulled up to the driveway, I saw a bright red cardinal in my dad's fake cherry tree. There's cardinals everywhere, and I realized it could be a coincidence, but I'd like to think Helga's still looking out for me. My experience living with a demon or poltergeist. In 2017, me and my girlfriend moved into a tiny, crappy house in our college town. The house was made by a couple of students a few years prior, so the architecture was a bit sloppy. For example, the roof was flat. Take note of this, because it'll be important later. However, the house was really cheap and close to campus, so it seemed like a total steal. The first couple of months living there, nothing out of the ordinary happened. But it wasn't too long before we started experiencing strange paranormal activities. The first odd occurrence was with our smoke detectors. Our smoke detectors would go off constantly. It was strange because they'd go off even if there wasn't smoke in the house. From our bad cooking, for example. We thought that maybe it was because of old batteries, but no matter how many times we'd changed them, it never made a difference. It got to the point that they were going off 3 to 5 times a day, and at that, we just broke down and took the batteries out of all of them. And by the way, there were 6 detectors in total. However, even without batteries, the smoke detectors were still going off. So out of desperation, we turned off the entire smoke detector circuit to the house. It was at this point when things started getting really out of control. The back room storage room in the house always had a really eerie feeling, like someone was watching you or standing just behind you staring down at you. Thankfully, me and my girlfriend's bedroom was the furthest room in the house from the storage area, so I basically avoided it like the plague. Anyways, one night at around 3 a.m., the smoke detector in our bedroom goes off. However, it's not its usual repetitive beeping. It's a single long beep. It sounded like when somebody holds its test button on a detector. Frustrated, my girlfriend grabs a chair from the dining room and stands on it to reach the detector. But moments before she touches it, the beep stops. We both groan in irritation as she goes to put the chair back. But before she makes it to the dining room, the smoke detector down the hallway from our room makes the same continuous beep, just like before. So she stands on the chair to reach the detector, but right before grabbing it, the detector stops. Our smoke detectors continued this pattern all the way back to the creepy storage room. This happened 2 more times that night. It was as if whatever was messing with us was trying to lead us to its room. This would happen to us at least once or twice a week for the next 1.5 years we lived there. Shortly after the encounters with the smoke detectors, the house became absolutely infested with bugs. There's no history of a bug issue, at least when we bought the house. It started almost immediately after our first experience with the smoke detectors. Bugs would pour out of light fixtures, small cracks in walls and counters, and of course, the smoke detectors. Ew. Literally, 1 minute everything would be fine, then the next winged insect or ant would pour out of the walls. We had multiple exterminators come, but in less than a week after treating the house, the bugs would come back just as bad as before. It made us miserable. I've never seen an infestation to that extreme. It was unnatural. After these occurrences, we began feeling really terrified and depressed. We both hated being home. There's no other place for us to go. This was when the footsteps started. Remember how I said our roof was flat? Well, at least a few times a week we would hear large, heavy, possibly hoof-like footsteps on the roof. We tried writing it off as being animals. So whenever we heard the steps, we would just run outside to see if we could spot the animal in question. There was really never anything there. The steps were very far apart from one another, and whatever was walking on our roof would start from the creepy storage room and maybe 3 or 4 steps walk to our bedroom. And the steps were so loud it sounded like whatever was haunting us was either very big or stomping to get our attention. Now began the phantom sounds. We had large metal bowls that we used daily for cooking. So when we were done, we would wash them, set them on the counter to dry. The first time it happened, me and my girlfriend were sitting on the couch in the living room. The kitchen was right next to the living room, but there was an island that blocked our view to the sink area. Anyways, on this night, we were startled by the sound of our multiple metal bowls being thrown off the counter. At this time, we didn't have pets, so we assumed the worst. Thought somebody might be breaking into the house. We both shot up and ran over to face our worst fear. But not only was no one in the house, nothing in the kitchen had been moved. The bowls were still on the counter just where we left them. And this was the most common paranormal occurrence in the house. Happened at least 5 to 10 times a day at all hours. After a while, we're so sick and tired of these disturbances that we stopped using our metal bowls completely. Or if we did use them, we would hand dry them and put them away right after use. This didn't make the spirit very happy. So next we started hearing what sounded like our ceramic plates being thrown to the ground, and our kitchen cabinet slamming over and over again. You know those type of cabinet hinges that close slowly? Yeah, that's what we had. So to slam the cabinet like that, they would have to have been closed with excessive force. The next phase in our haunting was sightings and photographs. The phone I had at the time had one of those automatic face tracking features, meaning you'd have to take pictures on my phone. Yellow boxes would appear around the person's face to focus on them. One night I'm taking a picture in me and my girlfriend's bedroom with a yellow face tracker. It appeared at the foot of our bed, way above our bed. If that was a person, they would have had to have been at least 7 feet tall. And at the time, we did have posters in the bedroom walls, so while focusing on the face tracker square, I circled the room to confirm that the tracker wasn't just focusing on one of the posters by accident. To my dismay, no matter where I was in the room or from what angle the square stayed in the exact same place. Oh yeah, even better, I was home alone for a few nights. I don't think I've ever experienced such sheer terror as I did when I went to sleep that night. After this first encounter, having cameras track faces in our pictures became a constant occurrence all throughout the house. The final phase of our haunting before getting the heck out of there was physical encounters. This happened more often to my girlfriend than me, but something would occasionally grab and pull her hair, especially when we were walking through the living room. But the most terrifying experience goes to her friend Jamie. She came to visit us for a few nights. While she was there, she would just sleep on her couch. She was aware of all the paranormal encounters in the house, and she had seen most of them firsthand, but nothing compared to what was about to happen. It was around 3 in the morning when she woke up with an eerie, uncomfortable feeling. All of a sudden, she experienced what felt like someone or something stepping up onto the couch. It stepped both of its feet up, one on either side of her body. Starting from her feet, it slowly walked up the length of her body until it felt like 2 feet on either side of her head. She said she felt an intense, malicious energy staring down at her. She was too terrified to open her eyes. Meanwhile, the cabinet in the kitchen began to slam over and over again. For the next few hours, she pretended to sleep, all while this presence still stood over her. She told me she's not exactly sure when it went away because she eventually became so exhausted she fell asleep. Not too long after this experience, we were finally able to sell the house, get the heck out of there. We lost tons of money because we sold the house for way less than what we originally paid. Can't help but feel bad for the person who bought the house. But it's been almost 3 years and she's still living there. I think the takeaway from this story is, if a house is priced too good to be true, then it is. Don't make me lose hope. Full body apparition of my high school teacher. For a bit of backstory, me and my dad's side of the family have always been attuned with spirits and the paranormal. It's affected my grandmother, aunts, uncle, most of our cousins, and of course my dad and I. Spirits are drawn toward us because it's easier for us to see them and be positively or negatively affected by their presence. My earliest spiritual memory is when I was a kid seeing and speaking to spirits. Basically, what I'm trying to say is I've seen many full-body apparitions in my life, but this experience was by far the most surreal. I was a freshman in high school when this encounter took place. On this day, I got to school much earlier than usual. Got there about 30 minutes before classes started, so I hung out by my locker for a bit. The student population was fairly small, so the entrance to our school was a narrow double-door entryway. During the start of the school day, students and faculty were usually squished together like a can of sardines while trying to enter the building. Anyways, my first class was near the front entrance. My locker was on the opposite end of the school. While walking to class, I had to push against the flow of people entering the building, all while getting slammed with backpacks and just glared at by annoying upperclassmen. But suddenly, I got a very uneasy feeling. Walking with the crowd of incoming students was my school's art teacher. He was fairly popular with his pupils. He had recently graduated from college, so it was easy to relate to him. Typically, people would chat with him wherever he went, but today, no one was acknowledging him. It was at that moment that we locked eyes. He looked startled when I saw him, and his reaction totally caught me off guard. Visually, he looked normal, but in my mind, I saw a dark aura hovering over his head. A sharp chill rushed down my spine that was so intense it was practically painful. I felt weirdly drawn to his energy, and it scared me, like a lot. I physically had to struggle to break her gaze, and when I did, I practically ran to my classroom. After first period, it wasn't long before the entire school erupted into chaos. Our art teacher, the one I had seen earlier in the hallway, had never shown up to class. This sparked out-of-control rumors. Some of his dedicated pupils had started to panic and cry. A couple of girls were crying in my second period, so I avidly assured them that I had seen him that morning. It made them calm down and feel a bit better. So I promised all my friends and classmates that I had seen him just a little while earlier. But at lunchtime, the news finally broke. The night before, our teacher committed suicide. Students were crying and the school fell silent. But I had seen him. I was confused and frustrated, so I was begging my friends, teachers, and even strangers to listen to me when I said that he was okay. People became furious with me. I was accused of making up lies for attention and was shunned by a lot of close friends. I was an insecure 14-year-old, so getting attention was the last thing I wanted, and I had no reason to lie. However, I would soon find out I wasn't the only one who had seen him. During lunch, as I was rambling on and on about seeing him, 3 upperclassmen approached me. They all began to corroborate my story. Yeah, I saw him by the school entryway. So did I. Me too. Something was off, but I'm certain it was him. Did no one else see him? And so on. Not only had we all seen him, it was at the same time, the same location, we all had the same reaction to his presence. That's an interesting one. Northern Pennsylvania ghost truck. I was just thinking about a very haunted area near where I grew up. I'm often homesick for the mountains and was reminiscing about one of the strangest things I've ever seen. When the old mining cemetery was open and you could drive up, we went there annually at night on Halloween. There's a lot of lore, people seeing full-bodied apparitions and handprints appearing in the windshield if you drive up on a particularly foggy night. We took her annual trip up, and this was about 2006. I remember it clear as day. My dad's friend was running around with a cigarette shaking branches to try to scare us. I was tough as nails. He wasn't going to frighten me, as the rest of the kids ran back to the car. I was standing there looking around at the old headstones and kind of taking in the chilly night air. It was perfectly calm, and he was walking up behind me, still smoking and carrying on about how he could tell that I was my father's daughter. And as we're chatting, a white pickup pulled up next to our truck with the cab light on. The cemetery was on a hill. We were about 100 feet up the hill, so I could see clearly into the cab. I couldn't see a driver. I said to my dad's friend, "Hey, who's driving that?" He said, "I don't see anyone in the cab." Me neither. My dad's friend looked extremely confused. I yelled down to my friend who was outside the truck to look in the window. How the hell did they pull in? I could see in the cab the entire time because of the light. She looked in, turned completely pale, and jumped in her truck. Both my dad's friends and I ran down the hill, and the truck slowly backed out and went back down the path. Cab light still on. No one visible driving. I jumped in the truck, and she was yelling that there was no one in there. Either this was the most elaborate redneck prank ever pulled off and somebody had hid it for 10+ years, or I saw a ghost truck. In our area, news travels fast. I'm sure some redneck rigged a self-driving pickup. It would have been news for days. I keep forgetting that they actually have those nowadays. Never seen one, but that's what I hear. Still sort of voting ghost truck. I could be wrong, but I think I grew up in a haunted house. I've been watching videos about cryptids recently. I guess I just kind of wanted to just have this exist outside of my head. The house itself isn't that old, like 40 to 50 years. And before us, I think it was used for parties. The area doesn't have another haunting across the street. And there's a house and there is a house, and in the night, apparently, somebody can be heard walking to the bathroom. I've been told this by several people that this happens. To my knowledge, I'm the only person who experienced these events. So, like grain of salt and all of that, but that same vein, I didn't experience anything like this in any other place I've lived. The most persistent appreciation was the sound of clanking metal, kind of like pots and pans. It was very faint, but my room's the furthest point from the kitchen, so honestly, I spent a lot of my time as a young child just assuming somebody was making something. It did really freak me out, though, like the first time I entered the kitchen past 8 p.m. to find that no one was making anything, and I had no clue where the noise originated from. I think it happened every night, and if not, it was common enough to where it just kind of lulled me to sleep. It eventually stopped, but I have no clue when. The second, and this is the one that I'm least confident in existing, that's what I'm going to call the bride. So one time I was running through the hall of my house, and that's when I passed an open door. I saw what looked like to be a 5 to 6 foot figure in white in the corner of my eye. The room was dark, and nothing in there was white, let alone that brilliant white. Can't remember much about the figure other than approximate size and color. I call it the bride because, well, I can't remember much about it. That's what I called it then. Like I said, though, I'm not confident in this one. Now, the final one I'd argue is the one that affected me the most. The others happened when I was younger, but this one happened when I was like 14 or 15, so I'm pretty confident. It's a short story. One night I got up to pee at like 2 a.m. I heard the sound of like a chainsaw or something revving up in my house. I know the sound had its origins inside because my place had an echo and an outside noise wouldn't have moved like that. It scared the shit out of me. I'm a little embarrassed to say, but I was too terrified to leave my room. Waited till sunrise to pee, and it was so vivid I can't imagine it being my mind. That only happened once. But the fact I got scared like that as a teen made it so this one really sort of stuck with me. So I guess I'm done. There might have been more, but if there were, well, they'd been forgotten, I think. I think I only remember this because I was convinced enough of their existence to tell someone else at the time about it. Or it literally happened for years. Though I am curious on any of y'all's takes on these. Paranormal experience last night. For context, I'm visiting my family in Mexico City with my dad and my sister. We're staying at my grandparents' house. That's where my sister and I are staying in one room and my dad in the other. Moving on, after what was a very normal day, I decided to go to bed since it was getting late. I was getting up early the next day. Keep this in mind. The curtains on the window in front of me were closed. It did take me a while to sleep, but that's not really out of the ordinary for me. After about an hour, according to my watch on the nightstand, I was woken up by the buzzing of a fly and the itching of bug bites. After about an hour, I decided to go to bed since I couldn't kill the fly. Thankfully, I was able to go to sleep, but not for long. It was now 1 a.m. I woke up cold and sweaty to the fly buzzing again. I hate that. The blinds of the window in front of me were now open halfway. I was getting mad at this point, so I turned the light on to try and kill the fly. I did not see it once. If it wasn't for the bug bites, I wouldn't have thought I was hallucinating. After an hour or two, I gave up on killing the fly, so I decided to just chill on my phone for a while. Try to go to sleep. This was when I got an overwhelming sense of unease. I realized just how off things were. Not a single noise coming from outside, which is usually very busy. Not a single noise coming from inside, which had a lot of people. I sent a text to my dad to see if maybe he was awake and we could watch TV or something. The text didn't even go through, and this was when I got pretty scared. I looked out of the half-open window and saw that there was no movement outside at all. Not a single car passing by, nothing. I tried going to bed because I was getting very scared at this point, but I couldn't. No matter how hard I concentrated, I just couldn't go to bed. By now, it was 4:30. I decided that I would just wait until I had to get ready since I couldn't sleep. I could still hear the fly every now and then, but other than that, there were still no noises at all. Must have been around 5 or 6 when I was finally able to sleep. My dad woke me up about an hour later, where I woke up feeling super tired and groggy. But the scariest part was seeing that all my bug bites were gone, and that the curtains were all closed. I would be happy all of the bug bites were gone, but I'm a simple man. Night shift. I've worked at a cafe for 7 years now, all throughout high school and now into college. I'm technically management now, because I host, make pricing decisions, and close the restaurant. The owner's mom was usually there every night to close and do the cash drawers in Arizona for a few months visiting family, meaning that I close the restaurant by myself. So I go about my business, walking the cooks and busboys out the back door and locking it after they've left. I then head back to the front of the house to grab the cash drawer, credit card slips, and keys. Head back to the other end of the restaurant where the office is. The office light, in all the years I've been there, has never been turned off. Not after you leave the room, not even when you leave at night. I've had talks to them about why, but the owner's mom is not really negotiating on it. Always wants it on. Anyways, I walk into the back. I go to unlock the door to find the office light off. It was on earlier when I went back there. I'm the only one with keys to the door. I know I didn't turn it off because it's not a habit to me. I've never turned the light off once. I checked the side of the wall, flicked the light on. So it was in fact physically flipped. Again, I'm alone. I'm the only one with the keys, so I have no clue as to how the light was off. There's an older man who had a heart attack and died in the restaurant in the bathroom maybe 9 years ago. So people always say the place is haunted. I've heard my fair share of kitchen pots clicking after the kitchen staff's left, or random slips printing off when no one's by the order screen to click print. Even the sound of toilets flushing after it's closed, but it's only around me. But this instance freaked me out the most. Last night while closing, the door to the inside of the restaurant slammed shut in front of me and the head chef. We just looked at each other with our jaws dropped. No one was in there, and the clear glass door is behind another clear glass door to the outside, which, by the way, had already been locked, so it couldn't have been the wind since it was behind the outside door. Kind of on edge as it seems, as though the more I'm closing this thing alone, the more I'm noticing things happening. Really picked up when the owner's mom left town and I was left to close by myself at night with no one else. I don't want to get yelled at for not wanting to close, so I'm thinking about making the back of the house guys wait for me and leave altogether. It's a solid plan. Dumbfounding amount of unexplained water in bed. My 4-year-old son woke up screaming in distress. While my wife was comforting him, my 7-year-old daughter came out of the room and said that her bed was wet and it was scary. Backing up. Last night we put our kids down for bed. They sleep in a bunk bed, my daughter's on top. After my son was screaming and my daughter saying her bed was wet, I thought she had just sweat a lot. Discounted the fact that it had scared her. I felt her and she was completely dry hair, dry clothes, dry skin, not even clammy. Dry underwear. Went into the room with her and just felt her bed and it jolted me. Her sheets had wet spots about 2 feet across and her bed was soaked down into the mattress, and I mean soaked, like somebody had poured an entire glass of water into her bed. She hadn't wet the bed. Like I said previously, she was completely dry, clothes and all. The position of the wet spot was odd as well. It was the upper half of the bed from where her chin would have been to where her belly button would have been. Even odder, the bottom part of her pillow was soaked and it, well, quote-unquote, cut off the top of the wet spot. By that I mean it was like the liquid came from above rather than getting the mattress wet and soaking into the pillow from below. The liquid was clear and scentless, and it soaked as much of it up with towels as I could. There was enough liquid to even wring them out into a bowl, so I did exactly that. I have some water testing equipment for an aquarium I have downstairs, so I thought to test the hardness and see if it was tap water. It'll be a little bit changed from your fabrics. Our water is extremely hard and tests at 360 parts per million. The liquid from her bed registered at 555 parts per million, 50% harder than tap water, and definitely not urine. The walls and ceiling in her room were bone dry. No water bottles or cups in her room at all. This water basically came out of nowhere with no explanation, and there was a lot of it. Can't come up with anything to explain it. No one really, and it's just both a little bit, well, both me and her are a little bit dumbfounded and freaked out. Probably unrelated, but it adds to the creepiness. Our dog was completely freaked out last night, stressed, panting, not leaving my side, ears back, acting absolutely stressed. That was both before and for the duration of the evening. Just because I'm super logical, I gotta point out that after it's soaked into your fabric, the parts per million might increase if you have, clothing softener and whatnot in the clothing. So it doesn't discount it being tap water. If it had less, that would be more alarming. My limited experiences. Back at the very end of my sophomore year of high school, I had an event after school that caused me to come home a little bit late. My parents had just split, so my mom and one of my sisters lived in an apartment together. My dad worked nights back then. As for my other sisters, the oldest was married and the other was rarely home. So it was just me that day until either my sister actually came home or my dad came back after midnight. I was chilling in my room. I heard the garage door from downstairs slam shut. Scared me so badly, especially as the next thing I heard was the front door open and slam shut as well. My bed was right by the window to look out. There's no one. No one left the house, and even stranger, my family's dog wasn't barking. She was a rescue who was all bark. No bite, but boy would she bark. She would bark at anyone or anything she didn't recognize, or even if somebody came into the house or left. Yeah, mine too. Yet she didn't bark once. She actually ran into the room, just seemed a little bit spooked. When I went downstairs to check, everything was in its place. I opened the front door, no one was there, possibly just staying on her porch or out of sight from my bedroom window. My next encounter was after one of the very last days in high school. I was somehow home alone again, despite having extended family move in after my parents split. Big house was filled with even more people, yet somehow I was alone again. When I made it all the way up the stairs, I heard something downstairs. Can't remember if it was like a pop or a slam, but nothing had fallen when I went to go check. Called out for anyone. I checked every single room, but there was nothing. And I know it wasn't any of the doors because each had their own distinct creaks or sounds when slammed, on purpose or on accident. I brushed it off thinking I was crazy. Ran back upstairs. A little bit later I decided I wanted a snack. Barely a few steps out of my room just before turning the corner to go down the stairs, I heard a voice over my left shoulder whisper, "Hey." It was in a hot, breathy way. It was a male voice. When I turned around, no one was there, and because, of course, I was alone. Normally, I would have choked it up to being my thoughts running rampant. I confused myself by thinking something, maybe, the vent was just blowing, but the vent wasn't blowing. Why would I hear a voice in only one ear? Or feel the air over my left shoulder as if it was hot? Despite it being spring, so the AC should have been on. I'll still never be able to explain that experience. But there was one other time, and this time it was like a day I had off of work. My dad was working, and for a short period of time it was just the two of us living in this big empty house. And again, it happened in the upstairs hallway. Almost in the same spot as before, but instead of me turning to go downstairs, I had just gotten upstairs. I heard another voice from downstairs call up to me, "Hey!" And despite knowing no one would be there, I went back downstairs and searched every single room. Nothing. Went back upstairs, in the exact same spot I heard in my left ear, "Hi." It was in a similar voice, and now I've heard this voice twice now. That last experience was around 2 years ago. I've yet to be home alone again, so nothing's happened. And despite how jaded I was, I can't explain those 3 experiences. Sleep paralysis shadow people. So to start off, I want to explain that I suffer from bipolar disorder, and I deal with many sleepless nights because of it. I have experienced sleep paralysis so many times in my life since I was little that I never kept count. When I was little, I was absolutely terrified. I wouldn't be able to move, and there would just be this dark silhouette of a person standing nearby. The distance would vary from each experience. The most terrifying one that stuck with me was when I was maybe 10 years old. The figure was standing on my chest, and I had difficulty breathing. I never understood why this was even happening to me. Then as I got older, my fear turned to rage. Instead of wanting to scream out of terror, I was letting out a war cry. I would try to charge the figure, but to no avail. I turned 21 and I had stayed up playing games all night. When I finally drifted off, there was the figure, but this time was different. Again, I was filled with so much rage, all I wanted to do was attack the mysterious figure. I managed to lift my arm toward it, and it took a step back, and I woke up. That was the first time I saw it move. I then went a very long time without suffering sleep paralysis, till my wife left me unexpectedly when I turned 29. My grief consumed me. I spent many nights sobbing without sleep. Then one night, when I finally did fall asleep after being prescribed a very powerful sleep aid, the figure returned. A little bit of a red flag there. Except it was more aggressive this time, and it was no longer a shadow. It would never let me see its face. Still filled with rage, I would try to charge it, but my movement was very slow and took so much effort just to lift a finger. It grabbed me by the foot, but it sort of to its shock, I grabbed it. I then tried to pull myself up using all the strength I had, and just before I could look at it, it shoved its other hand in my face, blocking my view. I then bit its hand as hard as I could. I woke up shortly after that. So far, it hasn't returned, but that was only a few months ago. I'm sure that isn't the last encounter I'll have. Every time I have these episodes, I make it my goal to defeat whatever that is. And I will get stronger every time I face it. Given my bipolar condition, this could just have been my imagination since I don't have a very good self-image. I don't claim to know what it is or what's happening to me. But what I do know is I will stop fighting, or rather not stop fighting, till it's defeated or leaves me forever. The Puncher Bag Ghost. Well, this is something that happened 4 years ago. I got home from work around 6 p.m., but in wintertime, 6 p.m. is kind of like midnight, so it was dark already. I live with my older brother in a small apartment. 2 bedrooms, kitchen, bathroom, and a small living room. We had it as a personal gym with some weights and a punching bag hanging from the ceiling. That punch bag weighs around 200 pounds. It's attached to the ceiling with a chain, so when you punch it, it moves the chain and it makes noise. So that afternoon I got home, brother wasn't up yet, went to my room, left the door open, turned on the PC and just started relaxing. Suddenly the chain started to make a noise. I didn't mind at that moment, just continued my things. When the noise increased, so I just got up to take a look and I saw the bag moving from side to side. My rational mind, though, maybe the wind. Went to check if the main door was open, but it wasn't. I stopped the bag, went to my room a few minutes later again, but I wasn't scared. I thought this was interesting, actually. Came to mind to say this very strong and loud, "Stop doing that! I don't want to play now." That punch bag stopped right there. And that's when I freaked out. Couldn't move, I felt goosebumps, and I want to run, but I was too afraid to move a finger. I managed to play loud music from the computer to try to recover a little. 10 minutes later, my brother got home and I felt much better. Nowadays, when I told this to people, I just laughed about it to see their reaction. Even them got goosebumps listening to my experience. An indigo child changed my life. I had a person in my life when I was in high school, changed my perception of my life forever. Never felt a stronger astral connection before with no one. In those years, my borderline personality disorder was not yet diagnosed, and I was in the worst years of my life, struggling seriously with drug addiction. I used heroin to cope for those 5 years. Luckily, I found my way out. And with the preoccupying case of bulimia, depression, anxiety disorder, and my mood swings being uncontrollable, I met this guy from another school. He was the cliché deranged and artsy guy, with a magnetic personality, and everybody looked at him with a strange I believe they mean perception. We used to date, and he revealed me that he was an indigo child, and he truly believed that I was too. We had this connection that I haven't experienced before or after him. We were in our cloud above the others. My life was a continuous discovery of new angles and shades of myself. I connected with my inner me and finally tried to find a cure, a palliative for my mental illness. One night he escaped from his home and walked 40 kilometers through the countryside to come to my house just to give me a letter. In that letter that I currently have, he talked about his upcoming death. He knew with certainty that he would be 19 and he would be dead. He pictured his death in detail, and he was not preoccupied about it. He just said that he'd be surrounded by blood, needles, and pain in the deathbed. Had no connection with drugs. Anyways, his 19th birthday came and went, and I was crazily paranoid. I began to suspect that he was a fraud. Not that I wanted him dead. I truly cared for his beautiful soul, and in April of that same year he died. He was crushed by a truck transporting gravel, and he died in an ambulance. With the news busted in my school, my first reaction was to laugh. I couldn't believe this was true. When reality hit me, I was gobsmacked and everything fell into place. I don't want to continue right now, maybe later if somebody's interested. But only remembering it so painful and soul-crushing. Goodbye, Luca. You're the most beautiful soul ever. No one else saw her. So this happened in 2013 when I was 18 years old. It was sometime in the summer. I've forgotten exactly when, but that isn't really relevant. My friend, her boyfriend, and several of her friends just were up to go camp out for a couple of nights in Sulphur. That's in Oklahoma. They invited me and my boyfriend at the time to join them. Everything had been great. We had a typical summer camping experience with lots of swimming, hiking, and arguing over correctly setting up the tents during the day. Nighttime comes around, and earlier in the evening we befriended some people camping near us to invite them over. We have a nice fire going, and we're all just sitting around shooting the shit with our new friends and a bottle of Bacardi Zombie. Bacardi Zombie? Around midnight, we all start to get a little bit restless with our campsite. Our new friends tell us that we should drive out to a cliff that overlooks the town. The moon was super bright that night. We all thought that was a great idea. Kids don't go hiking in the middle of the night. It's super dangerous. I second that. Also, don't drink if you're underage. I mean, you will anyway, but as a responsible adult, I have to say that. Anyway, 9 of us pile into my friend's boyfriend's truck. 6 of us in the bed of the truck, 3 in the cab. By the way, her boyfriend didn't drink, so he was definitely okay to drive. And another point I'd like to make is that I had only had 1 drink this night, and at the point of our excursion, it had been a couple of hours since I'd had it. So I definitely wasn't intoxicated, and certainly not intoxicated enough to hallucinate what I saw. So where we were was a very dark rural road, headed up to this cliff area. There's a few houses up this way, but at the time it was pretty desolate. There were also no cars except for us. My friend, my boyfriend, and myself were sitting on the driver's side out in the back of the truck. We're outside enjoying the breeze. We come up to a spot on the road where we're passing a home. And again, there's some houses out here, but not a ton, and it's a residential area, not rural. So, no streetlights. As we pass this house, I see a girl standing next to the mailbox at the end of the driveway. She's barefoot, dirty blonde hair that's just past her shoulders. Light blue sundress with what appeared to be a flower print. She's just standing there motionless and facing the road. Her face was completely expressionless. I may have thought that she was a mannequin had she not turned just her head and held a gaze as we drove by. I kept staring until we were out of sight of each other. I instantly had chills lead from toe to my head, and it felt incredible. I was uneasy. She looked to be a teenager herself, or at least a very young adult, and she was alone and the house was completely dark. No porch light or light coming from the windows. I turned to my friend and boyfriend and asked if they had seen that. I exclaimed how creepy that was. They agreed but didn't have much else to say. Naturally, I thought whomever lived there was just trying to scare whoever drove by looking like a stereotypical ghost girl. But what made me so uneasy was the idea that she would have had just been standing out there alone for who knows how long in the hopes that somebody might drive by. And keep in mind, this was in the middle of the night and we hadn't passed a single other car the whole trip up to the cliff. Just wasn't sitting right with me. We continued on and make it to the cliff and enjoy a moonlit mini hike and enjoyed the view over the sleepy town. Without any other incidents, I might add. A few years down the line, my friend and I are having spooky discussions, and I brought up that night. I asked her if she remembered that night and how creepy that was. She told that she had a confession to make. She said, "You've brought that night up a few times since then, and I have to be honest. Never actually saw anyone standing there. None of us did. We actually thought you were trying to scare us, so we played along." She went on to tell me that she does remember the house in question, and she does remember the mailbox and all that. There was never a person standing next to a road beside that mailbox, and everyone else in the car, and they hadn't seen her either. They all thought I was full of shit and just trying to scare everyone. So what the fuck did I see? I remember so many details of what she looked like, almost in a frame-by-frame sequence. I remember the uneasy feeling I got as soon as I saw her, and how it felt like she was staring directly at me. At the time, I thought she was just staring off at all of us. But maybe she was, in fact, only staring at me. My friend since told me the story, thoroughly creeping her out now, knowing that I was dead serious about seeing her. I definitely wasn't fucking around. I'm also way more creeped out that I'm the only one who saw her. I just don't know what to think of it. Welcome to Paranormal M, where every story takes you deeper to the eerie and unexplained. Hit subscribe and stay tuned for haunting tales that'll captivate your mind. The adventure begins now. Shadow beings in our home. My wife, myself, my daughter, we all live in a 2-bedroom home. My wife has lived in the property a year before I moved in. Has never come across any paranormal activities until I moved in. There's been about 3 instances of a shadowy silhouette in her bedroom in the dark. My wife thought it was me leaning up at her bed at night. I fell asleep downstairs. 2, I thought my wife was peeking through the doorway, pulling faces at me, which I said, "Stop being silly and come to bed, you donut." My wife was in the bathroom brushing her teeth. Nice nickname. 3, we both saw a silhouette peeking through the doorway. 4, there have been several incidents of things being knocked over which shouldn't have fallen over. Things were firmly placed down. 5, my daughter was pushed off the toilet. 6, I've woken with scratches on my back. My wife is very into this kind of thing, but is concerned. She's burned sage in the house and has she's very religious, or rather her grandmother is. And she had her bless the house with the holy water. We're still having incidents. My wife is generally scared and wants to move house immediately. If it helps, the house was built in 1901, which was part of a mining community. Any tips or pointers as what to do would be great. I have to edit out my dog sucking on his foot. Scared me. Weird hallucinations. It's about my life, and it's really bothering me sometimes. Basically, for context, I live near 2 graveyards. They're usually old and contain very old and rigid gravestones. And I explored the graveyards before when I was younger. Now I'm older and I experienced weird stuff. For example, I usually see some white smoke in the corner of my eye and shrug it off. But it happened multiple times. Like some wind flew by or someone was passing by. There were small instances of smoke. Couldn't really explain them as I'm not a smoker. There wasn't any smoke in the house. It happened when I was alone. I couldn't really explain it. I usually laugh it off and say something under the lines of, "Oh, spooky ghost," or something really silly. It looked small and like somebody was heading toward a direction. And sometimes, oftenly, I feel unsafe in my room. When I'm alone in my room, going on my phone or doing something, I sometimes, very rarely, get nervous and panicked as if the room is packed with entities. I felt like I was being watched. Like imagine a whole room filled with people just staring at you. That's how it felt. No one was there, and I felt the need to get out immediately. I slept on my couch all night. The feeling was dreadful, as if I was kicked out by someone that wasn't even there. All my instincts just told me to get out as soon as possible. And that's all there is to it. Something screamed my name. Alright, so this happened a couple of weeks ago. I've told some of my friends, and every time I say it out loud, it just makes less and less sense to me. While it's not particularly horrifying, it was certainly something else. Tell me what you think it is. To start, my name's Adam. Good buddy of mine, Bailey, invited me to go to this Christian camp. Now, I'm not very religious, but I do like camping, and I like him and his family. So I said I'd go. It was a beautiful place, but way different than I was expecting. Usually, when you camp, you kind of keep to yourself and set a tent up on the ground somewhere. However, here it was like a whole community of people with trailers, tents, and cabins. There was daily activities and events. Everybody knew each other, and it was like a family reunion where I didn't know anyone. Very different from how I normally camp, but I will say I had a great time and I felt very welcomed. Met a lot of people, made a few pals, and learned a lot more about Christianity, though it didn't sway my stance. Anyway, two of the people I met were named Emily and Mike. They were a few years older, but that really doesn't matter. Great people who loved to party, and that was just dandy with me. I like to have some fun myself. I want to say it was like day 4 of my stay there, and it was around midnight. Everyone was going to bed, but the 4 of us stayed around the fire and had a few drinks. For those wondering, yes, drinking was definitely against the camp rules, but whatever, we were having fun. Mike then asks us if we wanted to go for a bit of a walk. Feeling good and not yet tired, we all said sure, and off we went. Mike and I were both barefoot because, well, why not? It's nice to feel the earth under your feet. It didn't slow us down much, so we rolled with it for the stroll. We weren't just gonna take a walk around the grounds, though. We wanted to go across the road and take the trail for a little hike. So we did just that. Bailey and Emily lead the way with the lantern, and Mike and I followed right behind, drinks in hand. After a couple of stops to chat and take a quick rest, we continued on our journey. We were probably about 2 kilometers away from the camp when Mike and I suddenly realized Bailey and Emily had marched right on ahead, leaving the 2 of us behind. Didn't seem to make much sense, though. They were right in front of us the whole time. It's like they triple-timed their walking. We didn't think anything of it. We also weren't too worried because Mike had basically grown up at this place. He's been going there for the last 30 years or so. Knows the trails very well. We had some moonlight, and it's not like our eyes didn't work, so we just decided to take our time, chill out, and enjoy the beauty of the night. However, if anything did happen, my phone was dead and Mike didn't have his on him. So, in hindsight, that was probably a mistake. We stopped for a few minutes so Mike could have a smoke, and we chatted about some deeper topics, you could say. At least it felt deep. Mike and I were really bonding, and it seemed like we could have kept our conversation going for hours, but out of nowhere we hear this sort of screaming sound, probably around 50 meters away. Now we're in the woods of Canada, and lots of things make strange noises. We're trying to figure out what it could be. Mike said cougar, I said fox. Screamed again, we still couldn't quite determine which one of the two, if either really, it could be. So we hushed and waited, just waited for it to do it again. Took a couple of minutes, so naturally we got to talking again. But when it did scream, it wasn't quite the same as the first 2. Something sounded a little off about it. The distance seemed to stay the same, so our concern didn't necessarily grow, but our curiosity most certainly did. Then we really stayed quiet, so we didn't miss it or mishear it with our talking. Took less than a minute this time, and it was clear as day, and a weird cougar fox-like scream. Adam! Mike and I just stood there still for a second and looked at each other. Mike said to me, "Did it just say your name?" I stayed quiet as I looked out into the woods, and I say with certainty that it wasn't a human, so I knew it wasn't Bailey or Emily looking for us or anything. Plus, it was in the opposite direction of where we had to go and where they went. As I'm trying to process what I heard and making an attempt at rationalizing it in my head, my thoughts are interrupted by another scream. Just as clear as it was before. Adam! I turned to Mike and I said, "Yep, that's definitely my name. The fuck is that?" Mike had a little chuckle and said he didn't know. As I started to follow up with my worries, he shushed me and said to wait. I hate being shushed. He wanted to hear it again. I suppose I did too, but by this point I just wanted to start heading back. I was getting increasingly uncomfortable. After the 3rd time hearing this thing scream my name, I said to Mike, "Okay, let's get out of here. I'm not sure I want to meet whatever that is." He complies, but starts just talking about how he isn't worried because, in quotes, God is right there with him and stuff, which is fine, but it brought me a little comfort. We start making our way down the trail. Took a shortcut because if we took the trail, it would have been maybe another 2 kilometers back. So we barefoot bushwhacked until we ended up on the trail again. We reached the hill where the trail began, and I heard Bailey making a sort of caw sound. Mike and I returned with our own caw and began making our way down the hill. I had a laugh about how instead of calling our names, he's making crow noises at the base of the trail. We got to the bottom. Bailey had informed us that we'd been missing for about an hour and a half, and that him and Emily, along with Mike's wife, were getting pretty worried. Mike and I were blown away. Could have sworn it was no more than half an hour or so. Maybe the time thing was just the drinks, but I swore on everything I care about that something was screaming my name, something Mike or I couldn't identify. Went back up the following night just to the top of the hill, but we got nothing. No screams, hardly any noise at all, really, which in itself is kind of uncomfortable for a forest. It was just an unnerving experience, and I'd be cool with it if it never happened again. Any input on what we may have heard that night would be appreciated. I put a curse on you. So, quick context. I come from a very superstitious culture. Believes in black magic and curses and the evil eye and all that. I've heard so many stories, but this is the first time I've personally encountered anything remotely creepy or off. I was staying at my aunt's house, and it was the last leg of a month-long escapade. I was looking forward to staying with family and not bouncing from hotel room to hotel room. I was sharing a room with my sisters, and all night I felt like someone was in the room walking around. I'm not a great sleeper in general, so I thought it was me. Next day, everybody went down, and I decided to stay home and get some rest. I kept feeling like someone was watching me, and the air just felt really heavy and negative. Again, I chalked it up to lack of sleep and travel. As the week went on, I couldn't be in the room alone. I was just so scared of being in the room by myself, day or night. Suffice to say, I didn't get much rest. When we left, I asked my sisters, and they said they felt creeped out too. My sister randomly called my aunt one day and mentioned it. Our aunt told us that somebody had cast black magic on the family. So much so that my nephew would wake up screaming in the middle of the night like clockwork. We were on the first floor and he was on the second. Big house would not hear it. They eventually got the house cleansed and blessed, and my nephew's okay now. But I still absolutely refuse to go back. Those are some evil vibes, like pure hatred. Never found out who did it. A summer of strangeness in rural Washington state. I work out in a very isolated stretch of the Olympic Peninsula in Washington state, and I've had an alarming amount of strange experiences while out here. The basic things that happen are humans screaming far away in the woods. It's a really dense rainforest with no trails. Hearing high-pitched voices say 1 or 2 words like thank you and again. Sometimes I'm all alone, and sometimes my boyfriend will be here and hear them too. There's a really upsetting presence that sometimes appears to be a tall shadow that crouches and peeks out from behind things in the dumpster area. And all but a couple of my coworkers have had unpleasant experiences while taking the recycling out. Another friend saw a face gliding by her window like it was on a skateboard looking straight in. Inside of it, huh? Until recently, it's been mainly ghostly happenings around here. But in the past week, we've had some things happen with strange lights. First thing happened was my boyfriend and I waking up to our bedroom being flooded with an intense bright light. We just stared at each other while it was happening for a good 20 seconds, then the light just flicked off and the room went back to pitch blackness. Our room backs up to a dense forest, We promptly looked outside to make sure no one was there as soon as the light flicked off. Nothing but pitch blackness and no movement. 2 nights ago, a coworker of ours was returning home late at night. When he got out of his car, he saw an orange ball hovering over one of the housing units. Did a couple of loops and popped out of sight at the same time as he started feeling scared. Well, that's good. The Mispa Hotel. Situated in Tonopah, Nevada, the Mispa Hotel is one of the historic hotels in the U.S. The Mispa and the close-by Belvada building shared the record of the tallest construction in Nevada till 1927. The resort became named after the Mispa mine. The hotel became a hotspot of celebrities and rich investors for the duration of the silver boom in Tonopah. It was turned into one of the first luxury hotels in the state. This hotel now stands as a haunting blend of the new and the old. Whilst the inn is one of the locality's oldest construction, it became predated by the Mispa Saloon, which was started in 1907. George Wingfield, Cal Broger, George Nixon, and Bob Govan, some of Nevada's most well-known financiers, financed the hotel George Holsworth was in, they financed the hotel and George Holsworth was its designer. The hotel's financiers also owned other Tonopah firms. The resort's facade was made of stone. The neighboring Brower Govan block acted as the first Mispa Hotel. These buildings were joined with a wooden stairway. They remain connected even now. It should also be noted that the hotel was the first one to have an elevator in Tonopah. The hotel was bought and sold quite a few times in the course of the years. That was till Frank of Las Vegas bought it in 1979. He renovated the structure to encompass sort of a modern luxury without disturbing its original antiquity. The renovation was valued at $4 million. It took almost 3 years to complete. The hotel was closed in 1999. It remained shuttered until it got purchased by its new owner, I'm sure. In early 2011, Fred and Nancy Klein bought the hotel and renovated and reopened the construction in August of 2011. Since then, the hotel hosts guests from all over Nevada visiting the region. Ghost hunters trying to feel the eeriness of the Clown Motel, the Tonopah Cemetery, and the Mispa Hotel itself. One of the well-known and dark memories to pop out of the Mispa Hotel is that of a theft that went wrong. In line with the tale, 2 miners utilized the underground network of old mining shafts under the hotel to dig through its floor and to empty its vault. Later, the bodies of the miners were observed inside the tunnel beneath the resort. However, the cash they robbed was gone. Seemed like they were double-crossed by an unknown assailant, who murdered them, took the loot. Some claim the miners remain inside the basement underneath the resort. Visitors have claimed to experience paranormal events all through the construction. This includes rooms, hallways, and even the elevator. They've claimed to sight apparitions, hear voices, and even sight objects shifting on their very own. It's stated that a couple of children haunt the 3rd floor. This playful duo can frequently be heard playing and laughing inside the hallway. An unknown soldier lingers on the 4th floor, and it's said that he died within the hotel and, lamentably, nobody knew his identity. Perhaps the most known phantom that the hotel hosts stays on the 5th floor, more mainly within room 504, which is claimed to be the most haunted room of the hotel. A former prostitute who once lived in the hotel, she's referred to as the Red Lady. Unfortunately, she got killed outside room 504 in a brutal way, being strangled and stabbed several times by a jealous ex-lover. Many who've stayed in this room during the night have sighted the woman in her spirit form, heard her voice, smelled her perfume, witnessed objects shift on their own, and some even woke up in the morning to discover pearls left by her on the mattress. Unlike other hauntings, the Mispa Hotel shares its spotlight with the Tonopah Cemetery and Clown Motel. There's also an apparent curse that sits over Tonopah. It started out with the Tonopah Belmont mine fire, in which 17 miners were burned to death and their bodies were buried in the Tonopah Cemetery. Visitors of this cemetery report sighting abnormal orbs and disembodied voices, but the nearby motel overshadows the cemetery in terms of paranormal activity. Named America's Scariest Motel, the Clown Motel has a lot of glassy-eyed circus clowns, and its owners swear that it's a safe location to spend the night. However, its visitors swear that it is haunted. In line with local legend, the clown statues act as containers for the miners' ghosts, who possess the dolls and make them come to life. That's a bold claim. Silhouettes have been seen walking from the cemetery to the motel, and disembodied voices have been heard announcing, "We mined, and we died that day." In records, the Pueblo natives used to get dressed in clown-like dresses while welcoming possessions of spirits. Possibly these clowns, with their identities ever converting, are portals into the spirit realm. Even the resort's proprietor says that he hears footsteps and knocking from vacant rooms of the motel. Apparitions of a person were stated leaving the cemetery and strolling across the belongings even during the day. It's said that one of the preceding owners vanished when he tried to interact with the spirit. And what's even more frightening is that clowns have been seen leaving the cemetery at night and moving into the motel. The motels, well, I guess now they're calling it a hotel. Pick one. The hotel stays open for public visits and offers overnight stays, which can be booked from the hotel's website itself. Now it sounds like an ad. I would surely recommend visiting the hotel once, not just for its haunted statues, but also for its haunted locality, which is supposedly cursed. The Winchester Mystery House. In 1840, Sarah Lockwood Pardee was born to wealthy carriage manufacturer Leonard Pardee, or Pardee. His wife, Sarah Burns, in New Haven, Connecticut. Sarah was left yearning for nothing, enjoying the best education in the nation. She spoke 4 languages, performed on the piano fantastically, and shortly became called the Belle of New Haven. Her charmed life seemed to move strongly, whilst in 1862 she married the affluent gun tycoon person William Wirt Winchester. Okay, I am slightly familiar with this story. He was the son of Oliver Fisher Winchester, well known as the Lieutenant Governor of Connecticut. Their life collectively became like a fairy tale, filled with romance, opulence, and dinners with New England's elite. To mess up their happy life, in 1866 their infant daughter Annie tragically died of marasmus. The couple was devastated, and Mrs. Winchester unexpectedly fell right into a deep depression that she did not recover from. In March of 1881, 15 years later, tragedy struck again while her husband died of tuberculosis. With her family meeting their demise in a short span, Mrs. Winchester's grief led her into the palms of a spiritualist. Consistent with tabloid newspapers of the time, Mrs. Winchester consulted a Boston medium, who supposedly channeled her dead husband and told her that her family and fortune had been haunted by the spirits of American Indians and Civil War soldiers, and everyone who'd been killed with a Winchester rifle. The medium then went on to claim that it was those spirits who were answerable for the premature deaths of her daughter and husband. The medium advised her that the only manner to break out of a similar destiny was to travel west and appease the spirits by constructing a house for them. Now, keep in mind that being the widow of one of the wealthiest men in the 19th century had its advantages. One of them was that on William Winchester's demise, Sarah inherited more than $20 million, nearly 50% of the Winchester Repeating Arms Company, which gave her daily earnings of approximately $1,000. In 2022, that might equal to earnings of about $28,000 every day. To summarize, she lived a life that gold diggers dream of. This inheritance ultimately allowed her to create the bizarrely dazzling Winchester Mystery House, a construction that reflects her own cracked mental state. In 1884, she bought an unfinished farmhouse located 3 miles west of San Jose, California, spent the following 38 years continuously constructing her retirement house for the recently deceased. By the turn of the century, this 8-room cottage had grown right into a colossal 7-floor Queen Anne-style Victorian mansion, covering over 6 acres of land and surrounded by 161 acres of farmland. She didn't use an architect and by no means had blueprints drawn up for the construction. This led to several oddities, consisting of doors and stairs that go nowhere, windows that give a view into other rooms, and staircases with peculiar-sized steps. Because of her monetary freedom, Mrs. Winchester became capable of accommodating any high-priced fancy item that popped into her head. But those additions rarely satisfied her. Consistent with neighborhood accounts, neighbors might frequently listen to a person in the residence ringing a bell at midnight, and again at 2 a.m. These have been the precise times of the appearance and departure of spirits, in step with ghost lore. What those ghosts do in those hours remains a mystery. Every night it's used to be said that Mrs. Winchester headed to the Blue Room or the Seance Room in the center of the residence to communicate with the spirits. This room consisted just of a cupboard, a desk with a pen and papers, a closet, and a planchette board. At these events, she would don one of 13 specifically colored robes and get instructions from the spirits on how to continue her bewildering creation. In fact, the number 13 appeared to have an occult significance for Mrs. Winchester, as it frequently takes place in motifs all over the house. Most windows have 13 panes. There are 13 bathrooms, and 13 bathroom has a 13th window. 13th. The wall prior to the 13th window has 13 wall panels, and there are 13 steps leading to the 13th bathroom. Even her will contained 13 components and was signed 13 times. That being said, it is not recommended to dash into any of those 13 bathrooms in your time of need. All of the restrooms, except for one, are dupes, designed to confuse spirits that would try to follow Mrs. Winchester. The trouble is that you're also hit at a confusing real, excuse me. The trouble is that they're also a hit at confusing real humans. There's one functional bathroom inside the whole house, and it's attached to one of the many bedrooms. But in her wily attempts to keep away those spiritual stalkers, she slept in a distinct room each night. But the residence's layout wasn't all committed to evading evil spirits. When it came to creating the house homely to specters, Mrs. Winchester spared no expense importing a number of the most lavish furnishings cash can buy. I think you mean homey. The house was almost completely made of redwood. She preferred the texture of wood. However, since she didn't like the appearance of it, she had all of it painted over, ending in the use of 78,000 liters of paint. Silver and gold chandeliers adorned many rooms. Parquet floors made from rare woods along with mahogany and teak-shaped impressive mosaics on the floors. Stained glass windows designed by Tiffany himself. Split incoming light with a beautiful blend of color. I drank too much coffee. A lot of these Tiffany windows have spider or spider web motifs. One in all Miss Winchester's occult fascinations. And more importantly, the residence only had 3 mirrors, as ghosts would supposedly become disenchanted at their lack of reflection. Tragically, a lot of those fixtures have been in no way used and ended up in the fabled $25,000 storage room, which the contents of which might be now well worth over $300,000. The house's interior beauty becomes matched best through its uncommon devices, as several of the conveniences that it boasted had been exceptionally rare at the instances of its construction. It featured indoor heating, cutting-edge indoor plumbing, push-button gasoline lighting, a hot shower, and 3 elevators. If you've ever lived in a residence and not used an indoor lavatory, you'll understand how genuinely magical this must have felt to the people of the 19th century. In 1906, a giant earthquake hit the area, reduced the residence to just 4 stories. Unsurprisingly, Mrs. Winchester believed that this was a message from the spirits, causing her that she'd spend an excessive amount of money on the front segment of the residence. She right away had 30 of the front segment rooms sealed and just sealed closed, such as the grand ballroom and her preferred daisy bedroom. They remained that manner till the house got into the possession of John and Mame Brown in February of 1923. Although on her demise, lots of Mrs. Winchester's property were bequeathed to her niece, her residence got sold at a private auction and was soon opened by the Browns as a tourist appeal. It rapidly became a site of large interest, even attracting a go-to from the mythical Harry Houdini in 1924. Nowadays, this structural behemoth is still open to the general public and made up of about 160 rooms, which include 40 bedrooms and a couple of ballrooms, 47 fireplaces, over 10,000 panes of glass, 17 chimneys and 2 basements and 3 elevators. Not long after it became open to the general public, people started to record odd happenings within the residence. Brent Miller and his spouse, who had been the caretakers from 73 to 83, they had been convinced that they might listen to someone's respiration in the empty rooms and the sounds of footsteps within the bedroom wherein Mrs. Winchester died. One of Miller's pals, who had come over from New Year's Eve, took a few clicks of the house with his new camera. One of them featured shifting lighting fixtures with the silhouette of a man fully covered, standing in the background. In its long history, visitors to this mystery house have temporarily lost their eyesight, felt chilly spots, and seen locked doorknobs turn, while a collection of paranormal investigators from the Nirvana Foundation decided to spend a night there. They used electric devices to try and record any supernatural occurrences. Their tape recorder picked up on the sound of an organ being performed, and as they walked through the residence, several of them pronounced seeing shifting lights. One of the investigators even claimed to have sighted a person and a female watching the bunch from across the room. Fascination with the mystery house persists to this present day, irrespective of whether you believe in the supernatural or not. The Winchester Mystery House has an indisputable mystique that is positive to draw visitors for years to come. The Peabody Whitehead Mansion. If you happen to walk through the suburb of Denver, you would surely stumble upon an innocent-looking brick house named the Peabody Whitehead Mansion. It's encompassed by rusted wire fences, and trust me, this mansion has an extremely dark past. It's not as innocent as it looks on the outside. The Peabody Whitehead Mansion was constructed in 1889 to house Dr. William Whitehead. He moved from New York, where he served as a wartime surgeon during the course of the Crimean War. He was also among the founders of Denver College of Medicine which was established in 1887, and also the president of the Colorado State Medical Society in 1883. Because of his profession and reputation, he made a lot of money, which he used to construct the mansion of his dreams. A few years after moving to the house, Whitehead met his demise inside the mansion in 1902. After his death, Governor James Peabody, an extremely aggressive and adamant man, made the mansion his home, thus giving it the Peabody Whitehead Mansion title. The mansion was later abandoned before being bought by a new owner, who renovated it into a bar and a restaurant. It served its new purpose during the 60s and 70s. During the mansion's renovation, 2 construction workers allegedly abducted a young girl and raped her until she died. It said that they buried the poor girl's lifeless body in the basement of the mansion itself, before laying a new foundation. Yuck. Apart from this tragic death, the walls of this mansion have seen the death of many along with a reported suicide. Dr. William Whitehead, the original owner of the mansion, was a wartime surgeon, and because of the war's intensity and the lack of medical knowledge during the time, despite his best efforts, he was not able to save the life of many of his patients. It is believed that the spirit of the soldier, or soldiers who died under his nose, followed him to the newly built mansion when he moved in. He reported being tortured by these spirits, and also said that he saw these ghosts in every place he looked. It sounds like the guy has PTSD. It was not just him, but also his family who got a ghostly experience, with poltergeist activity being the most common. Books flying off of the shelf, falling picture frames, whiling during the night, and glasses breaking on their own are a few of their dreadful experiences inside the mansion. Whitehead died inside the mansion itself in a few years, and it is said that his spirit still haunts the mansion. The paranormal activity seemed to reduce after Whitehead's death, but after its conversion to a restaurant bar, it peaked rapidly. The property's second owner, Governor Peabody, was an extremely adamant man who made sure he got what he wanted. It seems that he was also adamant about staying inside the mansion even after his death. During the restaurant phase of the mansion, workers reported glasses falling all by themselves to the ground, being thrown onto walls and mysteriously breaking when they were still on the bar top. Also, a chandelier, which was completely disconnected from electricity, was seen flickering sporadically without any source of power. To add to the already terrible energies the mansion had, a young girl was raped to death by 2 construction workers who worked on the mansion's renovation. Jeez with that. They buried the girl in the mansion's basement, and later laid the foundation on top of the poor kid's burial. Her troubled spirit is now said to haunt the mansion. Paranormal investigators believe that at least 12 different phantoms haunt the mansion. A spirit named Eloise, who died inside the building, is said to haunt the 2nd floor of the mansion, and a waitress who killed herself inside the basement is said to still haunt the basement of it. Some claim to have seen the phantom of an old man near the woman's bathroom on the 1st floor. It's believed that he haunts the complete floor, with the bathroom being the paranormal hotspot. Visitors have claimed to sense a strong smell of cherry-scented pipe in this space. The phantom of a woman who died within the mansion's walls while waiting for her arriving fiancé had also been reported by many to be peeking out of the mansion's windows. Visitors have reported books flying off the shelves, objects being thrown around, constant wailing during the nights, eerie sounds of infants crying and ringing of disconnected bells and phones, mysterious scratches and bruises, and many other paranormal events within this house. With a metal gate that blocks the public from getting too close, this dreaded mansion now lies abandoned. The future of the mansion is still unclear, entering it is highly restricted. Locals, however, wouldn't enter it, apparently even if they are allowed to. They fear that the mansion's deadly spirits might follow them into their home. The House of the Seven Gables. In a historical town known for past witch trials in Salem, sits a colonial mansion named Turner Ingersoll Mansion, but it's better known as the House of the Seven Gables. The house was brought into a sort of spotlight by the Nathaniel Hawthorne's 1851 novel named The House of the Seven Gables. Because of the town's dark history of killing witches, it has got a plethora of haunted buildings, with the House of the Seven Gables being the pinnacle. The original section of the mansion was constructed in 1668 for Captain John Turner. It proceeded to be the hand of his family for 3 generations. That was until John Turner III. Facing the Salem harbor, the house had 2 rooms, 2.5 story, a front porch, and a huge central chimney. This house is now the middle of the mansion. After a few years, 2 new kitchens were added to the structure. By the year 1676, Turner added a spacious front extension with his own chimney. It had a parlor on the ground floor and a large bedroom above it. Nasty. The ceilings in this new wing are higher than the ceilings of the old portions of the mansion. During the first half of the 18th century, John Turner II altered the house in a new Georgian style by adding wood paneling and sash windows. Being an early example of Georgian architecture, the design of this house is still preserved. This mansion is one of the oldest timber framed in North America. It has 17 rooms spread over 8,000 square feet, along with large cellars. After the 3rd generation, the family lost the house in debt and ended up in the hands of Ingersolls, who altered it again. He removed the gables, replacing the porches, and added Georgian trim. The house was featured in a novel written by Nathaniel Hawthorne, named The House of the Seven Gables, which played a major role in the house getting its name and the popularity it gained. The author described the house itself as a living being in his novel. The aspect of the venerable mansion has always affected me like a human countenance. It was itself like a great human heart, with a life of its own and full of rich and somber reminiscences. The deep projection of the section gave the house a sort of meditative look. You could not pass it without the idea that it had a secret to keep. The author of Haunted Salem, Rosemary Ellen Guiley, once quoted that the house is a ghostly reminder of shipping fortunes made and then misplaced. A bust blamed at the curse of the witch trials of 1692. Although the employees and tour guides deny the existence of anything remotely paranormal inside the house. For many years, a lot of visitors have reported seeing multiple ghosts inside the House of the Seven Gables. Inside the well-known mysterious staircase, visitors have cited the spirit of a man running up and down the steps. Those who've seen him link his spectral origins to the Underground Railroad. Others document seeing a phantom boy who enjoys having fun in the attic. And during the day, his little footsteps may be heard running around upstairs as he giggles and laughs. According to one historian, the attic space once functioned as the servants' quarters, so this could be the spirit of one of the servants. However, others confidently say that the little boy is Julian, the son of Nathaniel Hawthorne. The most frequently seen visible specter on the residence is none aside from Susanna Ingersoll, Nathaniel Hawthorne's cousin who fed him with the terrible memories of the Salem witch hysteria. She's an ex-owner and lived in the house during the 1800s. She was a well-known businesswoman who amassed huge amounts of wealth when she was alive. She's also the only woman to have been born and died within the house. Her spirit has been spotted taking walks in the halls of her former house. or even peeking out of the windows to those who entered the estate through the garden underneath, before mysteriously disappearing. In October of 2006, one visitor named Christopher toured the mansion along with his girlfriend. Unfortunately, they'd arrived only at 7:30 p.m. The museum had already closed. The next day, they returned in the early evening to make sure they didn't lose their chance for the second day in a row. They checked in without knowledge of the building's haunted nature. Whilst Christopher descended to the bottom of the infamous attic stairs, he heard a woman whisper, "Shh, shh," into his ear. Christopher turned around thinking it was his girlfriend. She was almost 4 feet away and swore she hadn't uttered a word. One other commonly reported paranormal hotspot is the attic. Suddenly, I felt queasy and lightheaded and I couldn't breathe. I had the feeling that I had to get out of the room now. I couldn't concentrate and felt incredibly anxious. They're the words of one verified visitor. Another visitor reported that I'm sensitive to that sort of stuff. I felt a very strong sort of presence inside the attic area. I remember doing a double take for no explained reason in the attic toward the little window facing the waterfront, but nothing was there. Also, one other visitor reported being strangled by invisible hands inside the attic. In 1910, the house was transformed into a museum. It had stayed this way ever since. You can still visit the place, though, but I leave the decision to your own judgment. And I need to calm down on a coffee. The Ohio State Reformatory. Among the top 5 biggest castle-like structures in the USA, the Ohio State Reformatory is the world's tallest steel construction. But this prison offers much more than world records in paranormal events or top pick in the menu that it offers. The history of the Ohio State Reformatory started in 1862, and the site in which the reformatory got constructed was used as a training camp for Civil War soldiers. The camp was called Camp Mordecai Bartley in honor of the Mansfield guy who served as Ohio governor in the 1840s. In 1867, Mansfield was decided to be the place for a new intermediate jail. The city raised over $10,000 to buy 30 acres of land for the jail, and the state bought 150 acres of adjacent land for $20,000, with the expenditure of the property being $1,326,769. The Ohio State Reformatory was meant to be a midway factor between the Boys Industrial School in Lancaster and the state penitentiary in Columbus, and was supposed to hold young first-time offenders. Construction started out in 1886, and the property was under construction until 1910 due to troubles with the funding which caused construction delays. The real architect for the layout was Levi T. Schofield from Cleveland, who used 3 styles which are Victorian Gothic, Richardsonian Romanesque, and Queen Anne. Schofield designed the jail with these particular styles to assist inmates to emerge as returned spiritual people. A well-known architect, F.F. Schnitzer, was entrusted with the construction of the building. In 1891, the name became modified from Intermediate Penitentiary to Ohio State Reformatory. So on September 15th of 1896, the prison opened its doors to its first 150 inmates. These prisoners were put right away to work at the sewer system and the 25-foot stone wall surrounding the construction. Schnitzer got awarded a double inkwell by the governor of the state in a lavish ceremony to recognize his services. In 1935, Arthur Lewis Galatke became the superintendent, and his tenure lasted till 1959. He implemented many reforms, which includes radio and cell blocks, and Glatke's wife, Helen Bauer Glatke, died of pneumonia 3 days following an accident in November of 1950. That's where a handgun shot her while she was trying to reach out into her jewelry box. Just like that, huh? Gladkey met his demise due to a heart attack that he suffered in his office on February 10th, 1959. Later, over 200 died at the OSR, which includes guards who got killed during the escapes. During its operation, which was for almost a century, the Ohio State Reformatory had 154,000 inmates go through its doorways. Although not everybody got out of it alive, sickness, suicide, murder, and other ways rampaged the prison, taking the lives of the 215 inmates whose corpses are buried in the prison cemetery. Although the real death count in the building is said to be a lot more. Various spirits are stated to have been present in the reformatory and remains even after its closure. The ones to visit regularly document listening to disembodied voices, footsteps, and seeing apparitions or shadow figures, or even being touched, whether or not just a snatch or a brush, at times in a much more violent way. One of the regions that have baffled investigators for decades is the chair room. This is a small room in the admin building, and the only room within the structure to include no windows. Some speculate that it got used for darkish activities, as violent paranormal events are said to have been experienced there. Some who sat on the chair have pronounced to be groped or even scratched by an invisible entity. Others have even documented feeling the chair shake underneath them. Another location said to be paranormally active is the West Wing attic. This is a place where many prisoners with violent backgrounds were sort of housed because of overcrowding. Since the attic wasn't made with cells, the prisoners were housed in more of a dormitory style, leading to a variety of unruly behavior. Many others have additionally mentioned hearing and the sighting of paranormal things within the East Cell Block and the underground solitary confinement cells, also known as the Hole. This is the area where guards and prisoners got murdered, and some even committed suicide. The Mansfield Reformatory Preservation Society is presently operating to repair and restore the structure to its actual condition. Restorations encompass the elimination of dust and debris, changing roofing, and full restoration of the warden's quarters, in addition to the full restoration of the central guard room between the east and west cell blocks. The restoration are being fully funded via donations and tours. The windows of the south side east cell block were replaced, and all the stained glass windows of the building are of course, I would assume, being replaced. During the Halloween season, the facility hosts a haunted house via Blood Prison. The Ohio State Reformatory gives ghost tours along with ordinary daytime tours. They provide public ghost hunts for casual ghost hunters, private ghost hunts for experienced ghost hunters, and ghost walks for kids who are 13 or more, ghost hunt training for kids who are 13 or more, and special ghost hunt events. The Fairfield County Infirmary. Got a lot of these kind. The Fairfield County Infirmary, called a poor farm, used to be a place for the less lucky ones. It used to shelter the homeless, and it's also a place where people with physical or mental health issues got admitted. It also housed people with disabilities, who've been ill, and elderly who were too old to care for themselves, and also orphaned children. With an extended history of over 170 years of serving the much less fortunate, Fairfield County Infirmary additionally preserves more than just history in its partitions. Fairfield County Infirmary is said to be extremely paranormally active. It harbors a lot of darkish secrets. And after you know more about the infirmary, you'll quickly recognize why this brick behemoth has a haunted recognition. In 1828, township officials who were charged with overlooking the poor and unfortunate contracted the development of a wood building in the North Lancaster of Ohio, or the north of Lancaster, Ohio. It got filled to its maximum ability quickly, performing as a place where the impoverished, mentally sick, bodily disabled, abandoned elderly, and orphaned children would receive food, clothing, and a roof over their head and medical assistance. By the year of 1840, the wooden building was turned into a huge brick building. Additions had been made to the facility in 1865, both to the principal construction as well as building some of the outbuildings used for storage, tenants, laundry, and farming. The farm was situated across the street. Plenty of residents labored on the land to make food for themselves and others at the infirmary. In 1917, a natural gas line was laid out in the building to provide heat and lighting. Water pipes had been laid in 1926, but the building got electricity only in 1958. The cemetery, which stands behind the construction, is where the bodies of the mendicants and residents without family lie, and most of these graves are unmarked. In line with documentation, the number of residents in 1903 was 82. They had been admitted for numerous reasons, which included physical and mental health issues that their families couldn't handle. There were many residents, a majority of whose lives were at the infirmary, and they mostly met their demise in the infirmary as well. Sorry if these stories are boring you, and sorry if I sound a little bit bored. But I continue on. While residents usually lost their lives to old age or their health conditions, some met their demise more abruptly and tragically. One tale involves Jane Householder, a resident aged 72 whose clothes caught fire whilst she was near a gas stove. Whilst attendants working on the infirmary smothered the fire, Miss Householder was able to survive her burns for only a short duration. Tales persist that a former superintendent used to be especially merciless to the residents of the infirmary, reportedly hitting them as they worked within the fields and the farm. Those punishments had been witnessed by others inside the community, and it was stated in an article posted in 1851 in the Lancaster Gazette. The good souls of the vicinity ended the superintendent's brutality, and the life of the infirmary's residents became better, once the abuse stopped. It makes sense. It also stated that the county officials would sporadically visit the infirmary and have a meal with the residents. People from the community would donate Christmas gifts. Nearby musicians might play for the aged, and ice cream socials were also held at the times. Still, tales of suicide and violence persisted. Music and ice cream didn't solve it. Too many humans with different problems residing under one roof often proved to be disastrous. The infirmary functioned until 1985, after which it was seized, with the last 16 residents being moved to nearby nursing facilities or foster houses. The infirmary became remodeled in 1986, and the county offices got moved there after establishing multiple protection measures, including the installation of fire alarms, sprinklers, and emergency lighting. Its name was then changed to Clarence E. Miller Building, and the county health department functioned in the building till 2013, despite the fact that the structure was completely damaged in 2011. Mix the death, trauma, and mistreatment of the former residents, and you end up with a perfect blend for a haunting. Many spirits are reported to haunt the Fairfield County Infirmary, with eerie events often occurring in the building. A lot of people trust that the former superintendent Hummel still lingers in the building. It's believed that he might still enforce rules on the spirits on the property, overseeing them and silencing their tries to talk with visitors. It might be helpful. Another spirit stated to stay at the infirmary is that of Jane Householder. Jane died in the building while she was 73 after a terrible accident where flames from a gasoline stove took hold of her clothes. This woman spent the next 9 hours struggling from the burns before finally passing away. This terrorizing experience could be the reason for her lingering around. Other spirits said to loaf around the infirmary is that of a young girl. They've been named Susie. A spirit named Willie, who is said to haunt the second and third floor of the 9-foot-tall shadow figure, or rather, and a 9-foot-tall shadow figure who remains in the attic. Additionally, known as the dungeon, as misbehaving citizens were regularly chained in partitions up there. There are lots of areas in which eerie activities have been reported. However, they aren't necessarily connected to a selected spirit, per se. The prison-like cell in which residents were frequently locked up for not following regulations is paranormally active. The attic and dungeon, the toilets, the hallways, some rooms, and even the lower floors that contain the former morgue are also said to be haunted. Site visitors have recorded hearing unclear voices and slamming doors and windows, smelling lavender fragrance and objects moving on their very own. Shadows, footsteps approaching when no one is around, and device failure, malfunction, and unexplained banging are commonly reported occurrences in the house. The Fairfield County Infirmary is closed now, but those brave enough to visit can still visit the property. Does that strike anyone else as being AIE? Because, boy, laborsome. The 99-door mansion. The Caledonia Estate 99-door mansion. A strange name for a colonial mansion, isn't it? Not if it has 99 doors. But what's stranger is its dark history. Hidden in an oil palm estate named Byram in Nibong Tabal, Penang, this enormous construction has remained abandoned for decades together. Stays covered by an overgrown plantation, securing the privacy of the property. Yet many refuse to go into or even approach this abandoned mansion for its darkish connections to the supernatural realm. During the late 1800s, Ramsden, a wealthy man from England, along with his family, decided to move to Malaysia in his pursuit of becoming a successful businessman. Interesting plan. He bought an estate in a place called Nibong Tabal in the hopes of establishing a sugarcane plantation. But as the price of sugarcane took a sharp decline, he decided to convert it into a rubber plantation. This decision gave him extremely high profits, and with the money he made, he fulfilled one of his dreams, which was to build a grand, majestic mansion. The mansion was built right in the center of the estate, and the mansion bewilderingly had 99 doors for just 10 rooms, with each room having a minimum of 6 doors, hence giving its strange name. Despite many speculations, the reason for this bizarre architecture still remains unknown. Maybe he likes doors a lot. The Ramsdens, in hope of living a blissful life, moved into the mansion in the year 1840 happily. However, with the murder of their grandson, John St. Maur Ramsden, their run of happiness came to an end. John was shot twice in the head to make sure he didn't survive, right in the front stairs of the mansion. A few have speculated that a jealous rival of the family was accountable for the murder, but the case was in no way solved. Through the 1950s, the mansion was completely deserted. A few claim that the whole Ramsden family died inside the mansion itself, which appeared to be cursed for them. Rumors exist that the home was taken over by the invading Japanese, and that they're the ones responsible for the death of the Ramsdens. However, this claim stays unsubstantiated. On the 26th of July in 2020, the mansion mysteriously caught fire, ravaging about 70% of the building. Firemen were dispatched to put it out, and an investigation was done to figure out the cause of this fire. However, until today, the cause of the fire remains an unsolved mystery. After the abandonment of the 99-door mansion, paranormal accounts from the locals started to unfold. Many declare that the Ramsdens continue to be at their former home to haunt it. But there's a lot more chilling stories concerning the 99-door mansion compared to this ordinary haunting. had stated that when the mansion became abandoned, a bomo unnoticeably moved into the residence. In Malaysia, a bomo is a type of shaman, similar to a witch doctor, and this specific bomo practiced eerily dark arts. Supposedly, the bomo used the residents to touch the other realms. Once this news unfolded inside the network, people started trespassing the mansion to contact the dead ones or of evil curses put on other people. Though the mansion is uninhabited and dangerously damaged these days, many trust that the mansion's history has left back paranormal stains. Yucky. Legend has it that when the clock strikes 12 a.m. each night, a special 100th door hidden inside the mansion appears and opens. This acts as a portal to the realm of the dead, and allegedly lets evil spirits enter our realm as they please. These darkish spirits are cursed and have been described as having soulless black eyes. Some of the supernatural events reportedly experienced within the residence include the sounds of ritual drums being played across the mansion, being scratched by invisible entities, growls, screams, and even possessions. The sound of heavy footsteps on the empty staircase have also been reported. In recent years, many have sought to turn the Caledonia house into a heritage site. Reports suggest that a 54-acre land together with the mansion was purchased by a businessman in Perak. However, the present owner is uncontactable. In line with the Edge, the property's caretaker reported to the Star that the proprietary rarely visits, or proprietor, and that they locked up the fence to prevent outsiders from damaging the building even more. A Mars adversity. All of us would have felt unlucky at some point in our life. But what if you weren't actually unlucky but under the control of a demon? The protagonist in this post was so unlucky that he was taken into the clutches of a demon who made sure he felt like he was the epitome of unluck. I think we got another one. Amar, a man from Chennai, is the protagonist of this story. He celebrated his 26th birthday all alone this year, in fact, and he had celebrated his birthdays all alone for as long as he could remember. He has no friends, and when asked why, he says, "I don't want people to die because of me." He had never lasted as an employee in a company for more than a year. Very unprofessional, right? Very relatable, actually. No, it was not because of being unprofessional. Thanks. Despite being among the top performers of the company, he would always be kicked out. Amar, despite being a Muslim by birth, followed Christianity avidly. This was because of the way he was raised by his father. Amar's father always told him, "Amar, we call God by different names and groups ourselves into different religions, but the Almighty always remains the same. Follow the religion you like, but do not forget there's only one God." He was very fond of his father, but he too passed away in truth. Everybody that Amar had gotten close to had left him, and almost all of them had died in an obscure way later on. Despite being so ungifted, Amar had one extremely valuable gift, which was the ability to effortlessly astral project. He was petrified during his first projection, which happened when he was just 6 years old. But he says that the fright slowly turned into ecstasy. Alrighty then. Event 1. Demise of his father. Despite being born and brought up in a conventional Islamic family, Amar's dad was a man who identified him as a liberal. He was a pro bike racer and owned a garage, and he sort of tuned and serviced bikes theirs, apparently. He fell in love with Amar's mother during his early teens and eloped with her as soon as they reached legal age. Maybe it's not AI. I apologize. He was not blessed enough to live long with the love of his life, and she died when delivering Amar to this world. He saw Amar as the only reason for him to live and never agreed to marry another woman. Amar, however, had a love-hate relationship with him. He was not much attached to his father until his father's retirement, but by the time of his father's retirement, he had grown mature enough to grow a close bond with his father. But now he feels if he hadn't established that bond, the poor man wouldn't have died. The year was 2014. Amar had already begun to distance himself from others as he had a strong feeling that he was the cause of the death of his close ones. He was on winter vacation and had no one else to accompany him except his dad. Being a sucker for motorcycles, the time he spent with his dad became the time he would relish forever. As it got closer, his dad started to feel giddy sporadically and fell down unconscious. When he was taken to the doctor for consultation, it was found out that he'd all of a sudden developed a tumor in his head. Whoa. The doctors said that the tumor can't be removed as his father was too old to recover from surgery, I guess. They informed Amar that he would be lucky if his father lived on to celebrate his next birthday. Amar saw his father suffer every day as he gradually became bedridden. He felt nothing but helplessness when his father suffered a tragic demise in just a month after all the ordeal that they'd been through. Event 2. Death of his first crush. Amar was adamant about not having any friends during his college days, but his hormones got the better of him when he saw a girl named Mira for the first time. He developed an unexplainable admiration for her, you could say. He confessed his admiration for her and asked her for a date. The girl also seemed to have an interest in him and agreed to go on that date. Things seemed to go fine during the date, and he felt that there was quite a match here. Once they were done, he dropped her at home and they exchanged numbers. The next morning, he went to his college excitedly, not only to find her in college. He tried reaching out to her phone multiple times, but she did not seem to pick up. While trying to ring her again, he heard his principal speak on the announcement speaker. He was startled when he heard this. One of our students named Mira had committed suicide yesterday night. We got the information just now. Let us pray for her soul to rest in peace. He said even the cops were not able to figure out the motivation factor of her suicide. Damn. Cause of his ill luck. Despite many failed attempts, Amar was not able to figure out the cause of his bad luck until the day he saw his dad's closet burn all on its own. He could only save a diary from the flames, and the rest of his dad's belongings were burnt to ashes. The diary looked like his father's diary, and it dated back to his birth year. He was surprised to know that his father had a habit of writing diaries. Despite knowing it was ill-mannered to sneak into someone else's diary, he proceeded to read it as he was overcome by curiosity. Amar, after reading the diary, got to know that a demon was cast upon his mother by his grandfather. The spell was apparently so powerful that despite many attempts, his father was not able to remove the spell. From his father's words, Amar got to know that his father strongly believed that his wife's death was caused by that demon, and he also thought that the demon left his family after her death. But little did he know that it attached itself to his son. Amar feels that he got his psychic powers from this demon, still refuses to establish a bond with others for their own good. It wasn't bad. A haunted washroom. Arun, a man from a city named Madurai, is the protagonist of this story. The year was 1999 when Arun built his first house. He had grown immensely in his journey from working in a tea stall to becoming a landlord. His new house had 2 floors. He resided in the first floor and rented the second floor. The second floor had 3 houses with a shared washroom. After a grand housewarming, Arun rented 2 of the 3 houses to 2 different families. The third house was a little bit smaller than the second. so he wanted to rent it to a bachelor. Soon after the house warming, a bachelor named Mayandi came to the house asking Arun to rent it to him. The person looked odd, which raised suspicion in Arun's mind, but he rented him the house after the person told him that he was a Shivite. After a week or two, the other tenants started to complain about a weird sound coming from Mayandi's portion at night. Arun did not pay much attention to this and asked Mayandi to reduce the noise as it was disturbing the other tenants. He later noticed that many unknown men were visiting Mayandi's portion during the nights, and the weird sounds that the other tenants complained of were ritual chants made by these people. He called Mayandi and inquired about the things happening in his portion during the nights. The latter said that those strangers were his friends and they were praying to Lord Shiva during the night. Arun could clearly sense that he was lying and told him, "Say the truth or vacate my house." Mayandi told him that he was not a Shivite, but a black magician. He warned Arun, saying that if he questioned him again, he would cast a spell on him. Arun says that he went speechless hearing this, felt helpless as he started practicing black magic more brazenly. The other tenants eventually vacated because of the disturbance felt by the sounds from his portion. Arun was stuck in the middle and did not know what to do. So one day, his friend came rushing to his house saying that his newborn baby was missing and asking Arun to accompany him to the police station to lodge a complaint. His friend stood still after stepping out of Arun's house, looking at a piece of blanket. "This is the blanket my baby was wrapped in when it went missing," he told Arun, pointing at the blanket. Upon hearing this, Arun rushed into Mayandi's portion and broke into the house. When he entered, he saw a baby in Mayandi's lap who had a knife in his hands. He snatched the baby from him after a tough battle and gave the baby to his friend. Knowing that he was caught red-handed, Mayandi ran out of the house, leaving behind all of his things. Arun tried to follow him, but he was nowhere to be found. When he came back inside, he heard the sound of someone breathing heavily from the washroom. He locked the door and tried calling the police. While the phone was ringing, Mayandi started to chant spells, which Arun says, quote-unquote, hypnotized him. When he tried to open the door in a hypnotized state, his friend shook him and brought him back to his senses. He was enraged by what was happening and set the washroom along with Mayandi, who was inside of it, on fire. That's fair. After a trial by the police, Arun was sentenced to 2 years in prison. The house remained uninhabited for the course of his punishment. After getting released, Arun renovated the house and decided to rent it again. During the renovation process, he demolished Mayandi's portion completely as he felt it gave out negative energy. He rented the house in 2 different families, or rather He rented the houses to 2 different families. The very next day after moving in, one of his tenants complained to him about somebody constantly walking around the washroom at night. She said that she could also sense someone else's presence while she was inside the washroom. Arun thought some burglar was hiding inside and went into the washroom to check it himself. When he entered, he sensed the smell of a burning body, and as he stood there thinking of what had happened inside the washroom before, he sensed the breath of someone on his shoulder. He ran outside in a jiffy, sought the help of a priest who knew. When he returned back home with the priest on his side, he saw an ambulance near his gate. When he rushed to see what happened, he found out that one of his tenants had slipped inside the washroom and had her skull cracked. She was bleeding profusely. She was admitted to a nearby hospital, and when she was gained back in consciousness, she complained of a burnt man who hit her hard on her back, which caused her to slip and fall. There was a handprint on her back, which proved that she was not lying. The poor lady, as Arun says, died of a heart attack the very same night. The priest, after performing a few rituals, told Arun that Mayandi's spirit haunted that washroom, and asked him to demolish it and make a chapel for his deity in its place. Arun obliged and contracted a builder for the task. The bathroom was successfully demolished, but at the cost of an amputated worker who lost one of his limbs while demolishing it. The disturbances vanished after he constructed the chapel, and he still resides in the same house peacefully. A haunted hallway. The story I'm about to tell now was shared with me by a friend of mine. I will be writing the story from his point of view. Oh, cool, a real one. We were in search of a new house as my father's retirement balances were settled by the company that he was working for. After checking out quite a few houses, we stumbled upon a property that was being sold for a quarter of its worth. The house had enough room for all 9 of us, but it was surrounded by nothing but forest for 5 kilometers. The owner of that house said that he was being disturbed by something otherworldly in that house, and was selling it only because of that. My family, being firm non-believers of the paranormal, decided to purchase that house as we were, just getting a property whose worth was 3 times the amount that we were paying for it. The purchase went smoothly. We moved into our new house in the winter of 2020. Our family is made up of me, my mom and dad, my elder sister, my paternal grandparents, a German shepherd whose name was Lisa, and 2 Labradors that we named Tina and Maria. Our initial days in that house went peacefully. We thought the man who sold us the house was a madman who imagined things that were actually not present, but little did we know he was right. My family had to leave to a neighboring city for my uncle's wedding. I wasn't able to join them. My board exams were nearing and I had no time to waste. I was left alone in the house along with their dogs. I shut the house door after waving them goodbye and went back to my room to continue studying. While entering my room, I saw a man standing in the hallway on my peripheral. I went and I turned to see who it was. I saw no one. I paid very less attention to it and continued studying. The clock struck 8 p.m., and it was time to feed our dogs. Went to the kitchen using the light of my mobile phone's flashlight as there was a power failure. So, when I just bought Lisa her food, or brought it perhaps, I saw her stare into the empty hallway empty-eyed. I flashed the torchlight in the hallway to see what was frightening her. I saw no one again. I petted her and just sat with her until she calmed down. The Labradors, who were just 6 months old, they were already asleep, and I had to wake them up to feed them. Maria stopped eating and started barking at the hallway all of a sudden. I was confused by the behavior of my dog and decided to stay with them for a while as they were visibly scared. Thankfully, power was back on and I turned on the lights in the hallway. The dogs were calmer now and I went back to my room after turning off the lights in the other rooms. I had apparently slept while studying and I woke up in the middle of the night to the barking of Lisa. When I rushed out of my room, I saw a shadowy figure standing near the Labrador pups. When I ran downstairs, shouting "back off," the figure disappeared right in front of my eyes. I turned on the lights in the hall and slept on a couch with the dogs near me. I was woken up in the morning by my mom, who asked why I was sleeping in the hall instead of my room. I explained to her what had happened the previous night. She didn't seem to believe me and told me that I would have had a nightmare. Things were not the same in that house after that. I started hearing somebody walk in the hallway at night. My door was knocked on repeatedly when I fall asleep until I would wake up. My parents were worried as my grades were dropping and I was falling sick often because of not having enough sleep every night. I was now used to the knocks at night, and I thought I was safe as long as I stayed inside the room. One such night I heard the knocks along with the mumbling of a man in his 20s. I was startled when the man started yelling my name and ordered me to open the door. I covered my face in a blanket, and with the Holy Bible in my hand, I wished for the night to end soon. I rushed to my sister, and I told her what I had been going through, and I was relieved when she told me I wasn't the only one, and she was also experiencing the same. The hallway was always colder than the rest of the house. We weren't able to figure out why or how it was happening. While watching a movie in the main hall together on a Friday evening, we saw Maria. She was playing fetch in the hallway all by herself. My dad went upstairs to see what was happening, and brought the dog with him, and when he came back, he was pale. He didn't tell us why or really what he saw, despite us asking him multiple times. Later that night, all of us were woken up by a screaming Maria. When we rushed to the hall to see why she was screaming, we saw her being carried. She was thrown from one corner by a shadow. The shadow disappeared, and we turned on the lights, and the poor dog had already died. I don't like that ghost. My dad told what he had seen earlier, or I guess we told him that, and we saw Maria catch a ball that came out of the darker side of the hallway. When he turned on the lights, he saw no one. We went to the local priest the next day and told him about the issue in the house. He suggested we perform exorcism rituals in the house, which proved to be of no use. Despite many attempts, we weren't able to drive that entity out. Now we live in the same house with fear, and none of us step out of our rooms during the night. I far prefer the real stories. And if you happen to be still listening to this, I will at some point be posting my own ghost accounts. You might notice my profile. See ya.